Good morning. Welcome to today's school board workshop. We are happy to have you join us, and we are thankful for your time and dedication to our district. This workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. Please be reminded of the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed the building safe to return. Thank you for your cooperation. Board Member Thompson will now introduce her school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you. I'm very excited to introduce Miramar High School's JROTC to present colors and recite the Pledge of Allegiance under the leadership of Sergeant Foyer, and of course, with the support of their principal, Mr. Porter.
March on, march. Left turn, march. Color guard, hold. Mount, colors. Reset, arms.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order, arm. Dismount, colors. March on, march. Right turn, march. Forward, march. March on, march. Color guard, hold. Order, arm. Fall out.
Thank you for that. As we prepare to begin this school board workshop, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all our students. As an A-rated school district, we begin the vital task of sustaining this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's workshop will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. Please note that our last item of the agenda, Policy 1000, will not be presented today and will be presented at a later workshop. Our first item for discussion is Student and School Board Quarterly Feedback Session. Just a quick note to my colleagues, I respectfully request you keep your questions to the end so that Landon and our students can get through the whole program. So as questions come up, please write them down and we will reserve those for the end. I will now turn it over to our student advisors for a presentation and discussion. Thank you.
Before Landon starts, I think Dr. Wands is going to say a couple words.
Good morning, school board members, Superintendent Dr. Hepburn, to all of our colleagues across the organization watching, to our community members both here in the boardroom as well as everyone watching online. Good morning, I'm Valerie Wanza. I am the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. It gives me great pleasure to support the work of our student advisors, and they have assembled a representative group of their peers representing multiple high schools, middle schools, and non-traditional schools to have this conversation with the school board members today. Certainly want to thank Ms. Brown, the Director of Athletics and Student Activities, as well as Ms. Santiago, who works very closely with the group. And we look forward to the conversation. Before I begin, the students did ask so they know the cabinet members, for the cabinet members to introduce themselves so that they can put names with faces as well. And then obviously they are looking forward to their conversation with the school board members today. So Dr. Fulton, you want to start?
Good morning, everyone, and so happy to see our wonderful students here today, and we are so ecstatic to hear from you, and good morning again. My name is Angela Fulton. I'm the Deputy Superintendent.
Good morning, everybody. Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Student Services Officer. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. I'm the Chief Financial Officer, Broward Johnson.
Good morning. I'm Wanda Paul, Chief Operating Officer.
Good morning. I'm Dave Rhodes, Chief Auditor.
Good morning. Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. Welcome.
Welcome. Good morning. Ernie Lozano, Chief Human Resources Officer.
Good morning. Michael Gregory, Chief Safety and Security Officer.
So with that,
and one,
oh, I'm sorry.
The youngest
you
chief.
You look like the students.
John Sullivan, Chief Communications and Chief of Staff.
With that, we will turn it over to Landon and Jaycir. But we do want to thank the parents for being with us today. I don't want to take the thunder from the board members and the superintendent, but we certainly want to thank the parents for making sure the students got here and for supporting them today and every day.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Wanza, and good morning. I'm Landon Spellberg, Student Advisor to the school board, and I have the distinct honor of representing our 250,000 BCPS students, which include the students who are joining us here today. I want to briefly go over how our discussion will run today before we go into the presentation, and if that could be loaded up, that would be much appreciated. Today, our discussion will focus in a couple of different areas that board members requested, as well as topics that students requested. Board members and cabinet members do have those questions at your seats, and you'll be able to follow along with the discussion. We estimate that the student portion of this discussion will take about an hour and 20 minutes. So that is where we'll be discussing the various topics that you all have requested before we go into more of an open discussion and open forum. With that being said, if we could load the presentation. Thank you. Oop. All right, so we'll start by introducing the students in attendance before talking about the board requested discussion topics and open forum. As I said, these are the discussion topics that we will be having today: innovative programs in choice, school safety initiatives, student services and support, and campus environment and resources. And that is going to take the record for the fastest presentation ever. And we're going to start with introducing our students. We'll be going around the table. Students, please take a moment to share your name and what school you go to, and we will start with you.
Hi, my name is Mason Marmore. I'm from Beachside Montessori Village, and I'm in 7th grade.
Good morning. I'm Chanel Setti, and I'm from Miramar High School.
Good morning, I'm Angie, and I'm from Silver Shore STEAM Academy.
Good morning, I'm Bryce Azim, and I'm from Stranahan High School.
Good morning, I'm Janelle Tinijbaeva from Sunrise Middle School.
Good morning, I'm Haley Swickle, and I'm from Coral Glades High School.
I'm Abigail Potts from Coral Springs Middle School.
Hi, I'm Erin Jones, and I'm from Dillard High School.
Hi, I'm Jasir, representing South Broward High School.
Good morning, my name is Nathan Asani. I'm from Cypress Bay. I'm a senior.
Good morning, my name is Laura Houston, and I am from Seminole Middle School.
Good morning, my name is Julian Pierre, and I'm representing Blanchardley High School, and I'm in 12th grade.
Good morning, my name is Douglas Olawella, and I'm representing Henry D. Perry Education Center.
Good morning. My name is Ethan Rodriguez, and I'm a senior at the College Academy at Broward College.
Thank you. And I realized that we didn't have the board members introduce themselves, so the students know who represents them. So we'll start with Ms. Bullman.
Hi, I'm Laura Bullman. I represent District 1. So I have Mason and Douglas in my district. So welcome, guys, and welcome, everyone.
Terrific. Alan Zeman, countywide. So some of you will represent some single-member districts, but all of you represent me. So thank you very much. And I'm really glad that you're here today and you've taken some time out to give us a little education on how your education is going. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Leonardi. So I represent District 3, so Zanelle and Bryce. I am your representative.
Good morning. I met some of you earlier this morning. Thanks for being here and sharing your lived experience. Howard Hepburn, Superintendent, Broward County Public Schools.
Good morning. I'm Marilyn Batista. I serve as the General Counsel to the school board. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Rebecca Thompson. I represent District 2, so Chanel and Angie. I am so excited to hear what you guys have to say.
Good morning. Adam Cervera from District 6. Nathan and Alora, welcome, guys. Thank you for coming, and thank you for all the parents for participating this morning.
Good morning. I'm Jeff Holness. I represent District 5, and welcome Erin Jones, and London Labies is not here, right?
Correct.
Okay. So welcome Erin Jones, Dillard 6 through 12, and I was a graduate of Dillard High School as well, so welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we are going to get started. Now that everyone knows each other. Oh.
L'Oreal Hadaf, District 4, welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Aladaf. And we also have Ms. Rupert, who represents District 7, and Mrs. Hickson, who's the board chair and represents countywide at-large seat 9. All right, we're going to get started with our discussion. Our first topic is innovative programs and choice. And we're going to start with a raise your hand question. We're going to get ourselves moving this morning. Raise your hand if you feel your school currently offers enough unique programs, electives, and/or co-curricular activities. Interesting. All right, we're going to go in the opposite direction by talking first about what are the programs, courses, or extracurriculars that make you excited to come to school. And we'll start with Ethan.
Hello, everybody. So for those of you who don't know, the College Academy at Broward College is a full-time dual enrollment high school. So the the only classes that they offer are dual enrollment. So as far as AP and ACE classes go, it is pretty limited. But as Landon mentioned, the question also regards programs and co-curriculars. We have access to professors at the college who will assist us in conducting and publishing research in junior high school journals. We also have access to the clubs at the College Academy and the clubs at the collegiate level at Broward College. So for example, I am the president of the Future Business Leaders of America Club at Broward College. So there is more than enough opportunities at this school, despite the fact that it is only 2 years and that not all of the resources are similar to most other schools.
Good morning. So I feel that we do have a lot of programs to help the students, but when it comes to our extracurricular activities, we are kind of lacking in that subject. We have, I think, about 3, and that might be it, and only 2 of them people actually go to. They actually ended up cutting a lot of them, and I feel like if they brought some of them back, that would attract more students.
And Douglas just did that perfectly. We're going to actually combine the questions. So you can talk when it's your time, talk about the things that are going well and the things that also you would want to bring to your school. So thank you for doing that. Go ahead, Julian.
All right, so I feel like there's a lot of programs that's at my school. We have engineering, firefighter, and medical. We are very popular for our medical programs. We have 100% passing rate, and there's plenty of co-curricular activities after school. We have band, football team, a lot of sports, and we have great elective courses such as PE, personal finance, stuff that will help you get on track to graduate.
We have multiple courses and extracurriculars that make students want to come back to school, but I feel like that there could be more, but to pass, because in middle school you should be able to have the chance to explore what you want to do when you grow up. So I feel like we should have some more extracurriculars and courses.
So I go to Cypress Bay, and like one of the largest schools in Broward County, and like despite that, we do have a lot of extracurricular. Oh, sorry, could you guys hear me? So despite that, we do have like a lot of extracurricular activities and clubs. One of the clubs that stands out in like courses is at our school we have Medical Academy, and it's a program that like allows students interested in the medical field to leave school a bit earlier and go and shadow doctors and dentists and medical professionals. And I think it's one of the programs that like sets us apart from other schools. The only thing is it's a highly selective program because like we do have a lot of students. So we have about maybe 40 to 80 kids who are allowed to do the program each year. So it is a bit competitive, and like we have like 1,000 kids in my grade, I think 4,800 overall. So like to get to that program, right, you're 80 students out of like the entire senior class. So it's a bit difficult. And then we have a lot of technical programs such as like DECA and Skills USA and like business classes and whatnot. And those are like pretty helpful, and we do have a lot of extracurricular activities and clubs.
Hello. So my school, I think we have, well, to me, I think our classes are very good where it's at right now, but I do think that we should have more inclusive electives. And what I mean by that is coding, just different classes in general, like that kids actually like beauty classes, entrepreneurship, and etc. And that's it for me.
Good morning, and at Coral Springs Middle School, we offer a broad, unique programs and electives like speech and debate, robotics, and drama. And I wish that some 8th grade classes were offered to 6th graders because when I was in 6th grade, I wish I could do a little bit more. Thank you.
Hi, so at Coral Glades, we offer a ton of CTE programs, which I know students in our school really enjoy, and we made it a requirement, I want to say a year ago, that you have to pick a program to go into, which I think sets you up for your future for sure, because I definitely want to do the medical field, and I'm going to be graduating with both an EKG certification and my CMA certification, which means I can get a job right out of high school, which is amazing. And then our school also offers a ton of clubs. If you name a club, we most likely have it, or if we don't have it, a student is more than welcome to start it. And I know that there's not much pushback on that, which is amazing because we want everyone to have a program that they enjoy going to. I definitely think something that we can implement in our school would be a fighter program or cosmetology. I know there's a ton of kids in my school who love doing nails or hair, and having like a cosmetology program within our school, I definitely think will be another CTE program that could work very well. And also for clubs, this year something happened to our FCCLA club program, whatever that's one, and I know that a couple of kids were a little disheartened by that. So yeah, I definitely think that's a good club that kids love to be in.
Yeah, I was about to say, spell out there.
It's future. It's something with, I know it's business and something with culinary. I'm not personally in it, but in my student government class, kids have expressed that they wished it was a club again this year.
Hello, I'm from Sunrise Middle School, and first off, I would like to say thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak out. I think my school has a lot of great courses, very broad. For example, like a leadership class, a debate class, and club, so it's accessible to more people. A Christian club and a pride club, tech and theater, very broad, and of course a lot of sports, and I'm very grateful for that.
Good morning. I'm from Stranahan High School. And I believe at my school we do offer a wide array of different programs and co-curricular activities for the students to take part in. There's different magnets at my school, like UTAP for people who want to go into education when they're older, culinary, pre-med, there's engineering, business, art, etc. There's also different magnet-specific activities that the students can partake in. Like, for example, I'm part of the medical debate club at my school, and during that club, we do a lot of community outreach activities, and we also do different certifications like CPR or, like Haley said, CTE. Sorry, CET. And there's also different tutoring programs, such as Mu Alpha Theta, that's specifically for math, and there's ones for social studies, English, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Good morning. My school provides many programs and courses. They provide music, art, robotics, ego research, PE, and etc. I really wish they would put more effort into PE, because since we have just became a K through 8th and we're only being 6th grade right now, a lot of our equipment isn't standard, so I really hope that we can bring it up to standard. And eco research really excites me the most, because we get to learn about how to help the Florida Panthers, bring them back, help them before they go extinct. Thank you.
At Miramar High School, I think our school definitely provides a variety of programs and also electives that set our students up for success. We have the IB program, International Baccalaureate program, which I think is a great program. I'm in that program, and it definitely sets us up for when we graduate. It gives us opportunities. It gives us education about global issues and just expands our knowledge beyond just the school setting and also just the national setting. We learn about international affairs and things like that. We also have aviation and dual enrollment, which I think is great. You get credits before you graduate. It's a great source for students. And then we also have other classes like health science, criminal justice, engineering, and culinary. I think those classes are also good too, because it gives the students like hands-on opportunities to kind of understand it beyond just the educational setting, but also the physical setting. And you can also get opportunities to get like certifications. For example, in health science, CPR certification is offered for students as they take the classes. They can get that. And then also the clubs, I don't have any complaints about the clubs. I think we have a good amount of club opportunities, and if students would like to form their own club, like other students said, they can definitely do that. We have clubs for high and low demand, like for example, we have knitting, gaming, chess clubs, just anything you can think of, it's most likely at my school.
So at our school, we have a great variety of clubs and electives. The thing that I believe would bring more students to our school is to give more variety of clubs to younger students, because we're K through 8th, and I feel like K through 5th grade doesn't have many options for clubs. So that would make a lot more students come back.
Awesome. Thank you. Our next question is, what new opportunities, and you may have already touched on this and when we were talking about the things that you want to see, but think of your friends that maybe chose to go to other schools that didn't follow into your middle school or high school feeder pattern. Maybe they went to charter school, maybe they went to private school, maybe they're at home now. What new opportunities would attract those students back that have left for those other programs? We'll start with you, Mason, and if anyone doesn't have an answer, that's totally fine.
Well, I don't really have an answer, because we have good ways to get into clubs even if you don't get accepted. Like, we have a debate elective, and if you don't get into that, there is a debate club, so like you're not allowed to join the club if you're already in the elective. So I don't think there's really much else we can do.
My school still, I believe that sports would bring more students, because a lot of our students at my school are athletes out of school. So if there were more like in-school sports, it would probably bring more students in. Thank you.
I believe if there were a few more certification opportunities throughout every magnet at my school, more students would be more inclined to come to Stranahan.
I don't have an answer for that.
For me, one thing I could say is that that the pride that we have at Dillard High School, I feel like that's very unmatched. When you come to Dillard High School, not only the staff is very welcoming, teachers are the teachers are very welcoming, and that So.
At my school, I think it's a bit difficult to like make newer clubs. You need about 25 members like for your club, and that's like 0.5% of the student population, and you need to find a sponsor and like 25 other kids. So I think one of the things that would like attract students back is if we're a bit easier to make clubs, because there are niche interests, and it's a bit difficult to like start a club for that niche interest if you wanted to.
I do not have an answer.
All right, so there are new opportunities at our school that attracts people. So we have this new league club. We have a wrestling club. So if anybody's interested in wrestling, you can go. And also we have a new dance team. So there's a lot of people. So there's this thing. It's a band, obviously. You have auxiliary. So it's certain dates where you have to try out. And many people don't make those dates, so they have to wait until another time. And, people are very eager to dance, so we created a dance club where people can come out and just dance. And also we have a bowling. We have a bowling club, so if anybody's interested in bowling, that's something new. But, yeah, that's it.
I'm trying to think about where to start. So I feel that my school is kind of lacking in extracurricular activities, and that might have to do with the fact that they don't really have the budget to have any more. I've been going to my school for 3 years now, and I've seen a lot of them go, but nothing really be added. Right now we only have a digital arts, which I feel like it's a pretty good class and well done, but some of the equipment is damaged and they can't really get it replaced. And then for our like gym and everything, we don't have too much equipment for that, and we've actually had a like weight room and everything, but stuff was broken or like rusted and not really usable. And we don't really go outside at all. When we were supposed to, like the very first year that I went there, we were told we were going to be able to go outside, but I still have not seen any progress on that. I feel like if they brought back the music program that they have cut, that would attract a lot of students, because I know a lot of people really enjoyed it. The people that were actually coming to school to do work really enjoyed that program, and it felt like a way to express themselves. And one of the things I noticed is that we try to teach a lot of the like foreign students or students that are moving in from other places how to speak English, but we don't really have any classes where we try to learn to speak their language or any other languages as well, which is kind of like something that takes away a chance from us, because if we could learn to speak other languages, that's something that is very useful and helpful like in everyday life. That's all I have to say.
Could you please repeat the question?
Yes. What new opportunities would attract students back who may have left for other schools or programs?
Well, I am that student, so
Yeah.
I would say the main.
It's a good
thing
perspective to share.
Yeah, I would say the main thing for me was, especially since I went to Western High School, which is one of the bigger schools in this county, the lack of personal guidance. In terms of, it was very difficult for me to track down my counselor, and I actually didn't go to the counselor that corresponded to me. I went to someone else because she was more welcoming to me, and just guidance, really more personal, looking out, sending programs, sharing opportunities with children or with students is the biggest thing for me.
Thank you, everyone. All right, our last question is, and we're going to do this with a scale of 1 to 5, How much do your school's programs prepare you for your future goals? You can put up a hand if it's a 5, a 4, a 3. All right. Interesting. Okay, awesome. All right, was there anything on the topic of innovative programs and choice that we missed that anyone want to share? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Awesome. All right. We're going to move on to school safety initiatives. And before we do, I want to just remind the students and also let the board members know that all of the students were given a sheet of paper where they can write down specific issues to their campus. We did ask that to avoid revealing any potential safety or security vulnerabilities, that students should not discuss campus-specific security concerns publicly. And they have this paper to be able to write that down, and we'll be sure to follow up with any of those specific campus topics. So just want everyone to know that. It's like an echo. Raise your hand if you feel safe at school most of the time. Okay. All right. Where did we start last time? We started with you, right, Mason? Yeah. I think we'll start with you, Ethan, this time. What can the district do to, our first question is, what can the district do to cut down vaping and drug use on campus? All ideas are welcome.
I think that's pretty difficult to do at my school considering that it's an open campus, so for now I would say no comment.
They do have a lot of presentations, especially whenever they catch someone that has had a vape. They usually give out a presentation to like mention the dangers of it. One of the things I realize, and I'm not sure if like they don't do it because it might not be school appropriate, is to show how the people end up medically wise after vaping for such a long time, like how they can't breathe properly or even speak, or like some of them don't even get to keep living anymore because of it. And then I feel like they could probably cut down on it more, because I know that a lot of students like think they could get away with it because security will sometimes just not really notice, because they kind of just sit in different posts. They don't really walk around the campus that much. And so I feel like if maybe they surveyed the areas a little bit more, that would cut down on it.
All right, so I would just like to say the education on vaping, it is very, it's presented to many students. I just feel like students don't really take it as serious until anything bad happens to them. But I feel like if there is a possible way, we can have metal detectors that actually detect the vapes. I don't know if that's possible, but if that's possible, then I think that can help.
I feel like the district, I've been to 2 middle schools so far for safety reasons. They've been pretty well. They suspend students who have been caught, and they do presentations. They show the effects and stuff, but that's about it.
So at my school, I don't think there's much they can do to cut down on vaping. They have like routine meetings sort of where they explain the dangers of vaping, what it is, and the effects. I think one thing though is they start these presentations in high school, like freshman year, but vaping often starts in middle school, like 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade. And I remember I went to Falcon Cove. At Falcon, there was a larger vaping issue there, and there weren't that many presentations on it, or like there were no explanation of the danger and that stuff. So by the time you get to high school, if you've been vaping all of middle school, like that's a habit now. So I think if those presentations started earlier on, middle school, maybe elementary, like 5th grade, I think it would be better.
So at my school, we have a lot of presentations about cutting down on vaping and drug usage on campus, and I feel like our staff does a really great job with that, and staff too. So.
To be quite honest, maybe Broward County can use AI to our advantage since it's growing in popular and stuff, but that's it.
At my school, I know that there's posters put all over the school, and I believe they do have assemblies. I'm a senior this year, and as a junior last year, I haven't had a study hall the last 2 years because of Broward College Study Hall and this year's senior privilege. And then those periods are when they make those assemblies and presentations. And me not going to one of those the last 2 years means that I haven't been, quote unquote, like educated on that since sophomore year. So I definitely think if there's a way to educate your upperclassmen who might not have traditional study halls where they're getting informed in like assemblies. And then I think student-made PSAs definitely help, because hearing a public service announcement from, like an adult is not gonna do much for you. Like, you're just gonna look at it and be like, okay, it's another grown-up talking to me, telling me that it's a bad thing to do. But if you have student-made ones through your TV production class, something like that, it also gets students involved. And if my friend goes and says, oh, I made this, go watch it, I'm more inclined to watch that. So definitely think that that will help.
I think that my school can be a little bit more helpful with the stop of like vaping, because my school has an assembly every once in a while, but I don't think, like Haley said, hearing it from another adult is going to be like, maybe, I don't know how to put this, maybe a little boring. And I feel like we should dive a little bit deeper and like really think on why the students are doing that. For example, like mental health issues, educational issues, and I feel like it should get a little bit more personal with the student.
I believe, well, at my school, like most of the other schools, we have presentations multiple times a year about the dangers of vaping and drug usage. And I know last year, a few times, security, they would come to like different classrooms and do random bag checks. But I believe it would be beneficial if they had professionals like specializing in drug usage and addiction come and talk to the students about not just the legal repercussions, but the health consequences of vaping and using drugs, as well as giving them sources that may help them, like addiction centers to help the students overcome their problems.
At my school, we have many posters along the hallways, and we also have a club that is against drug use and vaping and bullying. So we do have a club that is run by students, so it's more entertaining, and they create videos that we watch on morning news, so it's more entertaining when it's by students and not by adults. Thank you.
To be honest, I don't think assemblies or posters are going to do much. Yes, it does bring awareness to the students, but the students are already aware of what they're doing and the dangers of it. So I think to cut down on the usage of the drugs and the vaping on campus, I would say to monitor areas where students go to use the vapes and things like that, like restrooms. I'm not saying go inside the restrooms and make sure the students are not using vapes, but definitely monitor those areas and those locations on campus where cameras don't have access to make sure students are doing what they're supposed to.
So at my school, we have the assembly saying like no do drugs and stuff. We have some posters, and I don't think drugs and vaping have really been an issue at my school. I've yet to see anyone doing it, so.
All right, thank you. We'll start with you, Mason, and our next question is, how can students be more engaged in creating a culture of safety? So we already talked a little bit about the student-made PSAs, but what are the things that students can do to make sure that their schools are more safe?
I don't really have an answer for that.
Well, when students see something, they can definitely say something. The school does provide resources, and they let us know that there's resources to report anything that we see on campus that, might affect the students. So we have access to those things that we can definitely report anything we see.
We do use like apps, and we do have counselors that tell us to report anything if we see anything, and we do have students that are in a club that patrol the hallways in the morning and in the afternoon, just to make sure nobody's doing anything wrong or doing something that they're not supposed to. Thank you.
My school really pushes the See Something, Say Something initiative, and I also believe that students should be more watchful, especially on social media, of anything that might possibly be considered a threat. And like at my school, well, at every school, there are resources where they can report these threats anonymously, so they don't have to put themselves in danger.
I feel as if the See Something, Say Something is very important, but at the same time, if someone finds out you quote unquote snitched, you're gonna get not bullied, but you're gonna get some feedback from that, and from personal experience. And I really do think it is important. Also, with the patrolling hallways, that's also something very good, and the apps are very helpful. And I feel like as if students should also watch their behavior to make the environment more safe for other people. Because like sometimes people say very outrageous things. And I feel like if we watch ourselves, we make the environment better for others.
Well, for the questions about a culture of safety, I'm very big on believing that the school's culture starts with you individually. You can't expect everyone around you to change your school's culture if you're not gonna put a good forth of effort into it. So I definitely think the see something, say something is good, but like Janelle just said, you don't want to be the one that gets caught saying something. So I definitely think making anonymous reporting more of a prevalent thing. I know it's there in every school, but like me personally, I don't know where I would anonymously report something. I know I'd have to like walk up to someone face to face and tell them what happened. So I definitely think that making that more of a known thing would help the word spread faster about specific safety concerns. And then also, this is like a bad example, but elementary school, like they have safety patrol. So maybe making obviously more of a grown up vision of this, but like a safety council in school, just so that these are people that are well trusted amongst many of their peers, and that they know that if they go to them, that when that person goes to the administrator, they're not going to say, oh, blank, 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 just said that. Like they're just going to say, we got this concern, we can help, and then they can be involved in the fixing of that concern process, because maybe these are people that want to go into counseling in the future or want to go into some type of safety conflict. So it's also kind of tying back to a future career and preparedness for that.
I do agree with you, Haley, but also we should implement that. And if students realized the consequences for safety and security, like in the future, maybe they would act upon it instead of getting bad-mouthed.
Just to add on what Chanel said, our staff, they're very loving, and you can always come to them and tell them about what you saw. And also, the security at our school are very aware, and they know where to check for problems like that.
So I think regarding like school safety, the school does as much as they can to educate students, but at the end of the day, you spend like 8 hours at max at school. You don't like take in that much school information. So I think a lot of the safety issues start in the household. I don't think the school district or like schools do enough to like educate parents on the consequences of certain actions or like things you do, like vaping. I don't think my parents would know, like, and no offense to them obviously, but I don't think they would know anything about like the consequences, like school wise or like punishment wise regarding if you were caught vaping and that stuff. And I think at our school we had like the Broward County Sheriff come to our school, and they held like presentations, and they told us, if you vape or if you do a threat, you get this punishment, that punishment. But at the end of the day, that's like a meeting with like 100 kids in the auditorium and just one guy standing up there. And I think a student would take it like in better if it was like their parent talking to them, hey, I got an email from the school saying if you do this action or that action, like here are the consequences.
My school really stresses the fact that take all threats seriously, because if, say, a student gets a text about a threat and they think it's just a joke, but then it actually happens. It's not necessarily the student's fault, but the student could have done something sooner to prevent the threat from happening.
I feel like security at my school is pretty amazing. Students at our school also do not play about safety, so I feel like, yeah, there's not really much to say about this.
I feel that speaking from like personal experience and what I've seen and heard, sometimes it has to do with the fact that students just do not respect staff. They kind of forgot how to be like at least somewhat respectful in the slightest. And so they don't really go to seek staff for help because they don't even like think about staff at all to begin with. And a lot of the times they tell their friends first if they hear or say anything. And sometimes then people will just not say anything about it or kind of just brush it off. A lot of the times that people don't mention it is because either they don't really see the person as making those kind of threats, like they don't see them as that, they see them as their friend, and they don't kind of get into like this delusion of that they're a good person. And also like the snitches get stitches rule kind of thing as well. That's the very prominent. And then sometimes staff, like from personal experience, I've had friends reach out to me when they've heard something, and then I go to staff to deal with it because staff will sometimes see those people as not really untrustworthy, but they kind of can be a bit rambunctious, I guess would be the word to use. And so they don't really take them as seriously.
One of the biggest things I'd say is having a personal relationship with the people in the office. So at my old school, I don't ever remember meeting anyone in the office outside of the office. And I know that meeting people, guidance counselors, the principal, and having them come to your classroom or having them present at the assembly and learning their name makes a huge difference when you know who you can come to.
Thank you. Our last question on school safety, and this is a quick around the table question to share one example. If a new student walked in tomorrow, what would make them feel like your school was a safe and welcoming space? We'll start with Ethan.
Knowing that everyone there has a goal for the future is gonna make you by accident even succeed. So I know when I first came to my school, I wasn't the best or most hardworking student, but that definitely changed when everyone around me was that student. I became that student, and having something to lose is gonna make you much more risk adverse. If you have a lot of hope and goals for your future, it's gonna keep you from doing a lot of bad things. So definitely giving kids something to work towards or giving them something to lose even, which is I think works very well with senior privilege, for example, just giving rewards that can be taken away if certain actions aren't met.
I feel like maybe just staff reassuring students like that's a safe place. Like a lot of times when students first come to the schools, they don't really know where to go or who to see, and then they're just kind of walking around or at a loss. I know that whenever I see a new student, I always reach out to like make sure that they know where they're going, if there's anything I can do to help them out with, that if they need anything, they just come talk to me, or like I could direct them to like who they need to speak to. So I feel like maybe not just staff trying to like make sure they're a bit more attentive, but also students making sure to like give out a helping hand as well would help.
All right, so I actually like this question. We have a club. It's called Student Orientation Leaders. I don't know if any high school have that, but at Bensley High School, we have student orientation leaders that help out with students that are new at the school. We give tours. We just make them feel welcome. And I feel like if you have school pride, that'll make anybody like feel safe to be at school. And they'll be like, oh, I love this school because like everybody just, has that school pride. You wouldn't want to be at a school where nobody likes the school.
If a new student walked in tomorrow, I feel like if a teacher would tell the student that they can go to them, I feel like that would make the student feel safe and welcome and accepted into the school.
I think if you walked into Cypress Bay tomorrow, the first thing you would see are like the huge metal detectors on like the side of the entryway, and then you'd see our principal standing right there every morning at like 7 a.m. And I think like that's a big part in like feeling safe at our school. Like our principal, assistant principals every morning stand right there at like 7 a.m. on the dot, and I think it makes you feel like pretty welcomed and safe.
Well, for me, I feel like our school, let alone, is already welcoming. Like when you first get there, our principal is there smiling, and I think that like brings the energy for our school, and also like just the pride. Like I just feel like Dillard, we have a lot of pride, and a lot of the students are very welcoming also, and yeah. So.
We should implement like buddy systems, like walk into class, like the teacher says, hey, do you have blah, blah, blah class? So just another idea.
Similarly to Julian, student ambassadors that give a quick tour, offer them a seat at their lunch table, whatever it is to make you feel a little bit more welcome. And then also definitely taking a stop with your principal and your guidance counselors and your AP would definitely help, because just them knowing your name and can put a face to the name definitely starts to establish that original connection.
I feel like one way that my school can be shown as very safe is students seeing a lot of security at my school. I feel like that makes a difference. And also the staff and everyone, like teachers and everyone being very welcoming towards the students.
The staff at my school is genuinely very welcoming. Like in the mornings, our principal is always there with a smile on her face. She's greeting everybody, saying good morning, I hope you have a great day, along with other teachers and administrators all throughout the school. They genuinely want to be a safe space for those students, and they want them to succeed. As well as at my school, we have the Say Hello initiative, Start With Hello initiative. And that includes different activities to make sure everyone has someone, like no one eats alone day at lunch. You go up to someone who's sitting alone and try to spark up conversation with them. Hey day, everybody wears a name tag, so you could skip that awkward introduction. And yeah.
At my school, my principal has a speaker and is always outside greeting everybody and making them try to dance and sing with them. And a lot of our staff that works in the office is always by the door greeting everyone, and sometimes even teachers. And we also have a buddy system, like say hello to and greet new students and include new students and sit with them at lunch. And my school generally includes a lot of students, so I don't think anyone ever feels like by themselves or not included.
At my school, my principal and the staff, they're the main reason why the school feels so safe and welcoming. My principal, he's always involved with the students, always saying good morning. He's always communicating with us. It's never really awkward. He feels like he's like one of us, basically, but just in like a higher position. And then also the staff, they're also, they're very friendly. They will always greet you. They'll also make sure that you're supposed to be where you're supposed to be. They check for IDs. They just generally, they're welcoming, but they also make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to do. So I like that about my school.
Well, at my school, everyone's really nice. The kids, the staff, principal, teachers. Like, once you get to school, there's some staff members right as you come out. They're all nice. And then right at the front entrance, there's always someone there who's saying, like, hi and stuff. And then for any new kids that come, I've seen a lot of new kids come. Anytime they do, they usually get, like, a friend by, like, the first week.
All right, thank you, everyone. That's our last question on safety and security. Was there anything else that someone wanted to bring up on this topic? Good? Awesome. All right, our next topic is student services and support. And we'll start with a raise your hand question. Raise your hand if you know where to go for mental health or counseling support when you need it. All right. Much better than last year, right? Make an improvement. All right, we will start with Mason. Are there specific services, tutoring, counseling, and mentorship you wish were expanded or offered differently?
In my opinion, I think my school is doing pretty well on that.
I agree with Mason. I think my school is definitely doing really good with the student services and support. We have individual therapy, family therapy, and then also if we have any like losses within the school, they also provide emotional support. Like they'll bring in emotional support animals, which they started doing last year, and I really like that. It's a good.
There's lots of tutoring at my school. They'll pull you out of class, and there's lots of mentorship for 4th through 6th. But I really wish there was more mentorship for K through 3rd, because I know some kids have issues at home or in school, and they just want to feel heard. And I wish there was more than one counselor at my school, because I love her very much, but I wish there was more for multiple students to see her at a time.
I believe my school does very well when it comes to tutoring and mentoring. We have programs like MTL, Mentoring Tomorrow's Leaders, where you're paired up with multiple students and you'll help them not just academically but socially, extracurricularly. However, I do believe that my school could do better when it comes to counseling and therapeutic services for their students.
I feel as if my school does a great job with mentorship, like counseling and everything, because I think we have a few counselors per grade level, and we also have the same club, MTL, Mentoring Tomorrow's Leaders, and I think that helps a lot.
Like Bryce said, my school's tutoring and mentorship is amazing. Our tutoring, we just put out a list. They literally offer tutoring in every single subject you can imagine for the rest of the school year. So it's amazing. It's like it's a huge list. But for counseling, I definitely think that it could be better. It is there and it is provided, but it's if you can get an appointment in your guidance counselor's office, and they deal with a lot more than just counseling. Like they deal with scheduling, they deal with kids going in there for their future plans. So yes, that's all very important and necessary in a high school setting. But if there's a kid sitting there waiting in the waiting room and they're considering harmful ideas, or there's just something going on at home and they're having to wait an hour or even a couple of days because they can't get an appointment, that's just not needed. Like you can go to someone else for scheduling. Your counselors are there to help counsel you.
I feel like my school does this really well. Like the others said, we have Mentoring Tomorrow's Leaders, 5,000 role models, and their door is always open for students to come in and say whatever they're feeling.
Well, for me, I think my school is really good. I don't really have anything bad. Like our tutoring, we have really good tutoring and counseling and mentorship. So it's nothing really.
So I believe the tutoring at my school is really good. We have MAL, which is like math tutoring. We have SNHS, which is science tutoring. And overall, our tutoring programs are really great. We have faculty which like tries to reach out and help athletes who are struggling maybe academically. One thing is though, our school has a bit more than 4,800 kids, I think. And so as a result, counseling is like a bit of an issue. We have, I want to say, 7 regular counselors and about 2 college and career counselors. And so that's like for college, right? We have about 1,000 something seniors in my grade. And if you all want help from the college counselors, it's nearly, I don't want to say it's impossible because they try their best, but it's extremely hard to set up a date with them, set up a meeting, and go there and get help. With regular counselors, you don't feel like you actually know them because they have probably hundreds of other kids that they're also that are under their counseling group. So I think, I don't know how you would improve that. It's easy to say get more counselors, but maybe that's not plausible. But yeah, the counseling is a bit of an issue.
We have many opportunities for tutoring. We have this after-school program called Firewall. It offers homework help. We also have a lot of opportunities for counseling and mentorship. We also have Mentoring Tomorrow's Leaders, aka MTL. But one thing I would like to change for counseling is if we had sort of like a student counseling program where other students could listen and provide their ideas to others, because I feel like younger students would be more understood by older students who might have gone through the same experience that they are going through. Thank you.
All right, so we have very great tutoring. We have after-school program, YMCA. You can have teachers there that can tutor with anything you need, probably like math, science, English, and also there's some teachers that's actually open for SAT prep, ACT prep. Like if you want to go on a personal level, you can ask a teacher. All you have to do is just ask your teacher if you get tutored in a specific subject. And counseling is also great. Also, there's a lot of guidance. You have student guidance for every grade level. The only problem is what Haley said, the wait time schedule. Like you have to schedule with your guidance counselor. So it's a big wait time. It's like every time I pass my where the office, you see a lot of students just waiting there. And what Haley said, if you have stuff on your mind and stuff, you have to wait maybe like an hour just to talk to somebody. And mentorship, we have MTL, but I feel like MTL could be a little bit more active. I think that'll help the school better.
I feel like when it comes to helping students with their lessons and everything, the teachers do a pretty great job. If they do not understand a lesson, students always can go up to the teacher, and the teacher will try to make sure that they can explain it in a way that they will understand. I know that we have, I can't remember the exact acronym, I think it's called ESB, which is, it's like a separate class for students to not only catch up on any work that they're having trouble completing, but also to where they can go if they're having trouble understanding a lesson. And like a lot of students that don't speak English and stuff go to those classes. I haven't heard anything about it recently, so I'm not sure if they still have it or not. And one of the problems with guidance is I noticed that a lot of times, like Julian mentioned, that you have to set up meetings, and so some of them times you're going to be waiting for a very long time till you can actually get seen. And a lot of times that I've gone in there, sometimes the guidance counselor just not in at all. And so maybe if they had a second guidance counselor, work in with the same grades and everything as kind of a backup almost for if the other one isn't in, that'd be very helpful.
I would say our tutoring services are pretty good. We have peer-to-peer tutoring through the NHS chapter at our school, and we also have from teachers at the Academic Success Center for the college. Mentoring is also pretty good. We have peer mentoring program at our school. It allows you to have a very personal relationship with the first year students at our school. The only thing I would say is for counseling, I understand that there are probably certain certifications or degrees that an employee of the county must have before they're allowed to have that with the students, and definitely pushing that so that we have as many qualified people to speak with students as possible.
Thank you. Our last question is for this topic is, if you could make a perfect support system in school, what would that look like? And we'll start with you, Ethan.
I think we already have it at my school.
I guess I would work on, as I mentioned before, maybe having more guidance counselors or just making sure they're prominent. Another thing is that a lot of times students don't even know who their guidance counselor is, so making that students more aware of who they need to see if they need anything academic wise, or even for other things to help maybe get a job, plan for futures and stuff like that. a lot of students don't take advantage of those resources, mostly because they just do not know where to find them or that they're even there to begin with. So I feel like if we improve on making it more prominent, that would help.
To piggyback on Ethan, my school does have a great support system.
Overall, my school has a really well-structured support system, so I do not have a comment.
As I mentioned earlier, our school does have a lot of students, so I think more counselors would be like the ideal way to solve that. But I think that's might not be probable. But one thing that like might help would be like an old, like upperclassmen, underclassmen type of system. So in a lot of clubs, like what there is like there's a buddy system where they match you up with like a junior or a senior, and they match like a junior senior up with a freshman or sophomore. And I think that helps you like feel like you're connected a bit, because you have like an older person to like help mentor you, tell you what classes you should take to like get to a certain point. Because I think with so many students, it's hard to know, like if I take that class, I'm limited to take that class in the future. So like for example, if you don't take chemistry honors in freshman year, you're limited in like the amount of AP sciences you can take the rest of high school. And I think like if you had an upperclassman to like help you out at freshman year, you know, okay, I'm like that's the decision I'm making, and then the effects of that decision.
My school has a really good support system, so I don't have a comment.
I don't have a comment either.
I would say my school has a very good support system, especially administration. They do have an open door policy, so you can easily walk into any of their offices if you wish. I do just think that it also comes from the students that they need to be more willing to find their one person in school, their one teacher, one admin, one guidance counselor that they're comfortable with. Because I can very easily walk into my principal's office and just say like, oh, how's it going? But not every student is like that. So I definitely think trying to find a way to push that every student should have at least one adult that they're comfortable with on campus.
I think my school's support system is pretty good. I also wanted to add on to the question before, like how will a student be more welcomed? A lot of adults at my school have like badges that say that they are a safe person to talk to, and I feel like that's also very helpful. But like Haley said before, most of the students don't feel comfortable with telling an adult their issues, and I feel like that's something we need to improve. I don't know how yet, but I do think students should feel more comfortable.
Like Haley said, I believe each student should have like their one person, their one teacher or administrator that they should be able to go to and talk to anything about, someone that they should feel comfortable with. Also, I believe it would be beneficial if there was some type of like student support group where if the students are comfortable, they can talk openly about their problems and maybe find someone else who could be going through what they're going through. And maybe even if their problem isn't fully solved, they could at least find a friend who could support them.
My school generally has a good support system, but I really wish like during testing week, which is like the most stressful, that we had like support stations or a support group for like students that just need like to cool down because it's very stressful, like positive notes or stress balls, anything that, calms someone down.
In my opinion, my school has a really great support system. That system isn't limited to only counselors, like some of the other students said. If you find an adult that you're more comfortable with, they're also really welcoming and open to counseling you and just listening to you if you have any issues. So,
at my school, we have 2 counselors, so you can go to either one, whatever one you feel more comfortable with. And if you're not comfortable with either one of them, all the staff is pretty welcoming and opening, and so are the teachers. So,
Thank you. That was our last question for student services and support. So is there anybody that has something on mental health and student services that they wanted to share that we didn't cover? Okay. Our last topic is campus environment and resources. We're going to start with a rating question. How would you rate your school's resources, which includes facilities, textbooks, in technology on a scale of 1 to 5? I should have said this earlier, but I guess 5 would be the best and 1 would be not good. Okay. We're going to start with Mason. If you could fix one thing on campus, food options, Wi-Fi, bathrooms, sports field, etc., something physical, what would it be? And it could be multiple things, actually.
I would just say a little more varieties for lunch, and there's not really that many options, so really that's it.
I don't really have any complaints about any of the resources at my school. We have a lot of food options. We have a lot of textbooks and educational resources. Maybe the one complaint I would have is the access to maybe the library. Sometimes it's hard to get into the library, and we need the printers and other resources to get our assignments done, so that's the only complaint I could have. But otherwise, the school's really good with its resources.
Like Chanel said, I don't really have any complaints, but I would like if they fixed the sports fields, like the basketball court, like the rims are kind of falling off, which is a concern. But yeah, and also the Wi-Fi has like lately, like right now, it's been like going off and on, which is like, and we only have an hour and 30 minutes to do all of our work each period. So I really wished they could fix the Wi-Fi so that we have time to do everything we need to do, and we don't have to get another computer to finish all of our work. Thank you.
I would probably fix the air conditioning. Like was it last Friday, I think it was, the AC was down in a couple of the buildings, and the teachers had to change classrooms, and it was all very hectic, as well as the football field and the track. It's kind of run down, and the bleachers, they're very small. We can't have home games there. It's not that good.
One thing, or actually a couple things I would want to improve at our school is the technology shortage. Most of our classrooms don't have enough of laptops, and my classroom is lucky enough to have those laptops. In my class, we have 50 kids because it's 2 classes combined, and that just like leaves almost little to maybe 13 laptops for other classrooms. And that's why I bring my own laptop to school, to give other kids the opportunity to use those laptops. Also, like, I forgot who, someone said, I would like to improve the lunches at school, the varieties, and Wi-Fi. Like, sometimes it cuts out and goes back in, and it's kind of hard to do work.
My campus is amazing. The one thing, like Bryce, is the air conditioning. It's like every other day, one of the units is out. So knowing that like I get hot easily, I'm like, oh, I can't wear sweatpants this day because there's not going to be AC. And there's not enough open classrooms in my school to be able to take all those teachers and relocate them to classes that do have AC. So they kind of just have to sit there until it gets fixed, which obviously is bad for them. I'm only there for an hour and a half. They're there for 8 hours. So yeah.
I have no complaints other than the Wi-Fi. It is very buggy, so you have to take up 15 minutes of an hour just to get the right computer to load to the home screen.
I will only say that we need a new scoreboard for our football field. It's like really bad, and it's like really old, and I think we need a better technology when it comes to technology, because our computers are not good. Like with the keyboard, sometimes like the keys fall off, like it's really bad. So I would say we would need updated more technology and a new scoreboard.
I'm sorry, I have to jump in here because I think Mr. Davis is gonna jump up and down. I just want to say some good news that we could share is that new devices are coming; they're on their way. So that's a thing that I should have said at the beginning to kind of preempt that, because it's great feedback, and that's why there are new devices coming.
I think one of the things I would improve at our school is the textbook supply and like making them more up to date. We have like a lot of textbooks and they're like, accessible. All you have to do is like go to a teacher or office staff and tell them like you want a textbook for this class. The only issue is for some of our more advanced courses or some of our more popular courses, there's not enough textbooks for it, or the textbooks are like out of date and they're not up to like AP curriculum or standards or ACE curriculum. And then one issue would be like technology regarding the Recordex. It's like a huge TV type of thing. And for a lot of teachers, like it's really helpful. It helps them like display the lesson on a huge screen. But for some of the teachers, like the Recordex is broken, so they use like a projector, and it's not like you can't see it that well. It's kind of translucent. But regarding like our computers and all of that, we have up-to-date computers, brand new, and every class has a computer cart.
Very similar to what Nathan said, we don't have that many textbooks. We can't take them home, which is very unfortunate because some students do not have access to electronics or computers at home, and they won't be able to finish their work on time, leading to not failing, just not the best grades that they could be getting.
All right, I'm gonna go based on my notes, but we do need better bathrooms because it's very low quality. It's just like janitors can't do as much. The food options could be a little better. I feel like, you know, you can have a great meal, but also low in calories. The Wi-Fi connections, it could be a lot better. There's many places in my school where the Wi-Fi is poor, depending on where you are at. So I feel like the Wi-Fi can be better. Also, our football field. So we don't have turf yet, but yeah, it's coming next year. You know, when I'm graduating. But anyways, yeah, it could be a little better. There's a lot of holes on the field. I have a friend, he got injured because of that, but I think that being improved. And also our scoring board on the football field, it literally glitches. Like it literally glitches. You don't even know what the score looks like, but yeah, that's it.
So part of the problem that I find with the like utilities around the school and everything is that they are not really taken care of by students. Like the bathroom situation, I haven't really heard complaints from like other girls and stuff about the girls' restroom, but I know that like the males' restrooms, it's mostly just to do with the fact that a lot of the students are just super disrespectful or don't even think about others. And so they'll like rip doors off the hinges and like flood bathrooms. So a lot of times the bathrooms are constantly breaking down. And so it can be kind of a pain. And then a lot of students don't really take the school like supplies seriously. So pencils get like broken or stolen and stuff. Textbooks are constantly written in and like ripped apart. Computers have been breaking down, and on top of that, a lot of the computers are also kind of out of date, so they're like very slow, and it's hard to keep up and be able to finish any work in class because you sit for like 10 to 15 minutes waiting for it to just load a single page. So I feel like not only having like a bit more budget to be able to fix these problems, but also maybe making sure that the students are a bit more respectful would help with these situations.
Before, the only thing was one of the rooms was really hot, so it was difficult to focus in there, but now it's cold enough to store ice cream, so no complaints.
All right. Our last question is, what part of your school makes you proud? So is there a room where a program is held, or a type of technology that your school has, or a place in your school that makes you proud to attend there? Start with you, Ethan. Other than the ice cream cooler.
To be honest, I don't think we have enough time in this meeting to cover everything that I'm proud of my school for, but the biggest thing for me is the personal relationships and the access to opportunity at my school. I think the difference that you chose to apply and be there already filters out a lot of the bad energy of, I don't want to be here, I'm just going to try to waste time or skip class. We have lots and lots of programs. I know our principal has worked very hard to have us to give us access to programs like Junior Achievement, to start an NHS chapter at our school, to have us have all the benefits of the college. And I feel like I'm a college student, and I feel like, and it shows a difference. And just being prepared makes such a difference. The second 2 years of high school, or the latter years of high school, being more of a transitionary phase at this school, definitely prepares students much more for college in the future. So I think the proudest thing at my school is feeling ready for going to college.
The proudest thing about my school, I would probably say, is the relationship with the staff and the students. Because I've been going there for so long, I've gotten pretty well known among staff, and so they'll come look for me if they need me to help someone or help a new student, and then also they've recommended me for other things as well. That's actually how I got here, is because of my assistant principal, because I'm so close. And so I feel like I'm very proud about the fact that the staff, if you treat them with respect, they'll show you respect as well, and they'll also show you the same amount of kindness and everything. Everything is very reciprocated.
All right, I'm gonna start this off. Obviously, I think I don't know your name, but you go to Dillard High School. I'm so sorry, I don't know your name, but I think we're gonna say the same. I think we're gonna say the same thing, but the pride. The pride is there. Everybody loves the school. Everybody shows great pride of the school. Different opportunities at my school. I think we have this new dual enrollment. We have with ATC, BC, and also newly FAMU. So also, I love the band. I'm also in the band also. So the band is very great. Everybody's welcoming, and you also have to challenge yourself to be better. And I love my principal. My principal, he gives us a lot of opportunity. He's very open. You can go to him. You can give him ideas. Yeah.
I have many things at my school that make me proud to be there. One thing is definitely the students, because at my old school, the students weren't the best. That's part of the reason why I transferred schools. But at Seminole Middle School, the students will show kindness. They will be very welcoming, and they show respect towards teachers, which I don't really see now at school. But it's very, the students make me proud of my school.
I would say the number one thing that makes me proud of my school would be the teachers. Our teachers are amazing at what they do. Our pass rates for AP exams, ACE exams are in the high 90s every single year. And they make sure you're prepared for every exam you take, any test that they're gonna give. And it's a really warm environment. I had a teacher freshman year, and to this day, every time I pass by that room, he always saying my name, saying hi, and I think it's just a great environment.
So if it's a lot that I could say about Dillard, but I just love the pride that we have. I just feel that's different from every other high school, and I'm really proud of the accomplishments that we made, because there's a lot of people think bad things about Dillard, but they really don't know the actual pride that we have. And I'm really proud of my the band, since I'm in the band. And I'm really proud of all of the scholars and everybody, so yeah.
I'm very proud to be a stallion, and it's very reassuring to know that our district and school are an A-rated school and district. And I'd like to take the moment to thank each and every one of you in this room and outside this room that make our education better for our futures. Thank you.
I can't follow that one up. I would say one thing that makes me proud is definitely, like Nathan said, the staff and the teachers especially, and then the students. Me and a lot of kids are very, what's the right word? Oh my God, I just went blank after hearing that. Oh my God. We spend more time at school than we do with our family sometimes. So definitely feeling like the teachers and your coaches or your advisors for your clubs are like your home away from home. That definitely makes me proud, and it makes me more willing, and not willing, but like more enticed to stay and not be like, oh, I have to be at school for 3 more hours after 2:40. Like, no, I get to be at school for 3 more hours after 2:40. So I definitely think that the teachers giving the students like the drive and the initiative to take charge of their future and make it the best it can be is definitely what makes me most proud.
Some things that make me proud of my school are access of opportunity, friendships, sports, programs, and connections. I feel like that's very important in an environment where you stay there most of your day and almost 12 years of your life. I feel like that's very essential, and I'm also very proud of my pride at my school. Pride is like an acronym for my school: positivity, respect, integrity, determination, and excellence. I feel like that's very motivating for students, and I love that about my school.
There are many reasons as to why I'm proud to be a dragon, but a few of them I'm going to talk about are, one, the teachers there are very passionate about what they do. They don't just think of it as just a regular job, like they just have to, okay, let's just get the day over with. No, they genuinely want to teach the students. They want the students to be engaged in what they're learning. Along with the fact that many of the students, especially seniors at my school, they want to better the school. They want to see it grow. Along with people like me and many of my friends, they just really want to take this year to show how much of a hidden gem our school is.
My school is also A-rated by the district, which shows that teachers are actually doing their jobs and they actually want to be there for the students. And I think the students really love our teachers because more teachers get called mom than their actual names. So I think that the students really appreciate the staff and everybody that works there. And my school promotes a lot of saving the planet and STEAM very well. Bullying is also something my school is very against, and there's a lot of activities for students to feel included. And we also have a lot of pride, like students love to chant in the hallways. So that's really good.
I have a lot that I can say about my school that I really like. The first thing I can definitely say is the staff, the principal. I really, really love them. Our staff, they're always involved with the students, and they always inform us of any opportunities we have beyond school, in the community. If there's opportunities to for community service hours, internships, and scholarship opportunities. Sometimes we'll see security guards handing out flyers for stuff like that, and it makes me proud that they're that involved with this. Beyond just the security, the staff, the security guards. I mean, they're there to watch over the campus, but they keep watching over the students and their education as well. And then, like I said about my principal, he's very, very cool. You can talk to him about anything. Whenever you see him, it's always just a natural conversation, like he's your friend. And then also the clubs, the sports that we have, I feel like we have so many that students, they have a place in the school. There's anything you need, if there's anywhere you want to go, you can go there. There's a safe space for every student. And then also our Patriot Pride and our Patriot Drip, as our principal says, DRIP stands for discipline, respect, integrity, and pride. And we show that every day, which is something that I love about my school.
So at our school, we have a lot of pride. I mean a lot. Once in a while, we'll have this little cart that's at the beginning of the school, and you can buy beachside merch, really. So that's good. So that's cool. Thanking the PTSA for that.
Well, thank you so much to all of the students who came today. This was, again, a representative group across our entire district, and really all I can say is, wow. That was a really great... Did you have something? Go ahead, Mason.
So going back to if we can fix one thing on the campus, what would it be? I would say to get a gym. Really, we don't have a gym, especially we can use it to practice, and especially for games because we have soccer games, but because of the weather lately, they are regularly canceled. So.
Awesome.
That would be very good.
Thank you. So I want to thank the students who came today, as well as the school administrators who were integral in getting the students here, the parents and family members. I think Abby's sister has been sitting here the entire time. We'll be selecting you for the next one. And, this is a team effort to make sure that a representative group came. So thank you to all the students, parents, and school administrators who supported this process. I want to assure the board members that we've been taking notes, and we'll go back to the recording and note down all the things that students said to create an after-action report for the superintendent and cabinet to have access to. So know that the concerns and feedback that were shared have been recorded. And I want to take a moment to thank our staff and superintendent and cabinet members for after the last joint discussion. I want the board members to know this, that everyone so quickly jumped into action to remedy the issues that students brought to the table. We did a feedback summary after the students came last time, and the number one thing that the student participants said after was, "Thank you for making me feel like my voice was acted upon." They didn't feel like they just came here and were listened to for an hour and a half and nothing was done. And I heard from students after that discussion that they went back to school, had productive conversations with their administrators, and all the issues that they were facing were resolved. So I want to take a moment to share that gratitude. With that being said, I will turn it back over to Vice Chair Leonardi and board members for discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, if I may, before discussion, thanks, Landon and Jasir, for facilitating this process. This reminds us of our why, and the staff and I, we don't get a lot of good news, and especially from the media, we don't hear a lot of good news about public education. Period. The media loves to highlight the 0.000001% of issues that happen in our school district when there's 99+% of great things that are happening in our school district. And I am so happy just to hear about your experiences with your teachers, with your administrators, with your peers. It's the people that keep this business running, right, to keep us progressing and addressing the needs of our students day in and day out. I don't get emotional, but I got a little emotional listening to you guys, I'm being honest. And then Abby, my daughter who I just dropped off to college a couple of weeks ago, her name is Abby also. So I got a little emotional listening to you and reminded me about my own kids. As well as the rest of the students in here. So thanks for being brave and coming here today and providing some accolades, but also some feedback too. Feedback is a gift for us to help us get better quicker. I know Landon and Jasir is going to communicate with you guys a little bit more just to understand if there's additional gaps that we need to close, but your voices, your experiences are so important to us. We pride ourselves on being a student-centered administration because everything that we do is for the betterment of your experiences in your school and also your education for whatever path you want to take after high school. So thanks for being here. Thanks for providing the feedback. It's much appreciated.
Thank you. We don't have any registered public speakers, so I'll go straight to board discussion. Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
Thank you all for being here today, especially special shout out to Haley and Abby. Great job. So some of my takeaways from the conversation was that we need to improve our Wi-Fi and our computers. I know Dr. Hepburn is working on that. That our security team needs to be not so predictable and walking around to be more randomized. To have a PSA from students on vaping would be really helpful to push out. And that was a good idea, Haley. And then just so you know, we do have the Safer Watch app in Fortify, Florida. That is on your computer where you can report something anonymously. When you see something, say something. So I know that was kind of like, I don't know where to report. So that is there on your computer. And also parents can download the Safer Watch app and can report something on the Safer Watch app and their concerns, and you can report it as yourself or anonymously. And then one really important thing, big takeaway for me, and I'm sure our teachers and administration is working on it, but knowing students' names. I think that's so vitally important to build that relationship and connection with our students. but also, and this made me think of it today too, the students knowing the teachers' names. So I don't know if we can make little like magnet badges, but to have that name on there, it really helps to build that relationship and that connection with the students and with the staff, and vice versa, and with parents. And I know so many times when I go into a situation, somebody might know my name and I don't know their name, and I'm like, oh, I wish they had a name tag. The buddy system, the mentoring program, I thought was great. And when we talked about school safety, one of the things that I do through my nonprofit organization, Make Our School Safe, we have Moss Clubs, and that's actually what the Moss Clubs Foundation is, where students help to build a culture of safety within the school. And we have a lot of Moss Clubs here in Broward County Public Schools. We have one at Coral Glades High School and Coral Springs High School, and many more schools. So there's more information at makeourschoolsafe.org if you want to start a Moss Club at your high school or middle school. And then I did think that it was a great, someone brought up about parents being informed about the consequences with if they're vaping, but I think it needs to just be a more robust conversation or casual conversation with parents. I know as parents we sign off on the student code of conduct, which has those consequences in there, but it's probably like a 400-page document, so not sure how much everybody's reading that. So I would think to have maybe a more informal conversation or roundtable with our parents to just have those open conversations. And also there's things that parents might find that in their school is a safety concern, and they're hesitant to say something, so it might bring out a better conversation how we can fix that. And lastly, I would just say having guidance counselors. That was a big takeaway. Need more guidance counselors. So I know when we do budget, that could be a priority of ours. And then to have some space within the school, I thought this was a great idea someone brought up, but to have like a Zen type of space where there's stress balls or a calming notes or some type of calming type of area where students can go to de-stress, when they're testing and or have to deal with problems. And then Dr. Hepburn, one of the students said that, they go to the guidance counselor and that nobody would be there. I think though we need to have some type of sign to say like say I'm in like high trauma level, and then I see nobody's there, that could be a real problem for me. But maybe there could be some type of signage to say that, if you're in this high trauma state, you need to go see principal, blah, blah, blah. Something so we don't let the kids down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Chair Leonardi. So I just want to say thank you all so much for coming today. I certainly appreciate your presence. Thank you, parents, as well, and siblings for being here. So I wanted to also thank all of the students who commented, but I know that I believe it was Julian that made reference to the pride and being proud, right? And I know Ely is very proud students, and also I know Erin mentioned pride first, right? So I would say yes, I would agree that both of those schools have a lot of pride. And Julian, yes, Ely has a great band and great football team. They're almost as good as Dillard now. So just wanted to comment on a few things. I think it resonates among all of the students that there are concerns with number of counselors and accessibility. So Dr. Hepburn, I know that we've had this conversation many times. And I did hear one of the students mention, I think it might have been Haley, that says that some of the counselors, if I didn't, maybe I heard incorrectly, but I think you mentioned something about some of the counselors doing other things like scheduling and maybe not as readily available for counseling. So Dr. Hepburn, I know that we had changed the job description and we had initiatives in place to make sure that our counselors are counseling and they're not engaged in other things that are outside of the scope of the job responsibility. So how are we ensuring that our schools understand that our counselors will need to be there 100% for the students, and they are not being pulled in any other direction, and that the leadership, the school-based leadership, is conforming to our job description that we've recently changed?
Thanks for the question, Dr. Holness. What you're describing is actually part of their job description. We took out the other duties as assigned so they won't be out and about on like lunch duty, car duty, things like that. So academic counseling as well as providing support for mental health counseling is part of their actual job duty. I think what I'm hearing, what I've gathered from the students the most is that our ratio of counselors to students, the number of students per counselor is too high. And so I know that's something that the team is trying to tackle as we move forward and developing a budget for the 26-27 school year, where we can address some of that, and also staff and allocation models that we're currently looking at. Across the nation, it is super high. It's not a Broward County issue, but certainly we can make a dent in that to be the model for what we're trying to create for our students.
Wonderful. So Dr. Hepburn, looking at the ratio of counselors and thinking about addressing that issue, is there any other structure that we could put in place where it's not necessarily, it could be an assistant to the counselors that would handle lower level concerns? Because I know financially there's also concerns in how many counselors we are able to properly fund, but could there be consideration in terms of assistance to the counselors that would handle lower level concerns, so counselors are readily available for students with more moderate or higher level concerns?
So give us some time to research as we try to tackle this issue for the upcoming school year. Dana Shapiro and his team is looking at all options that are possible. We know we have certain constraints with certifications and diplomas or whatever from college level, be it if it's a master's or a bachelor's. So if the board gives us some time, we will come back with some good strategies as we talk about how do we fund these strategies when we come back for budget workshops in the future.
Wonderful. Yeah, because I think I've heard it all across the room that counseling is a concern, and I think as we move forward as a board, we may want to look into how we can provide even more funding possible for this particular area, because it certainly permeated the room from what I've been listening. Now, in terms of vaping, I did hear the concerns with vaping, and I also heard students mention that sometimes they don't necessarily want to hear a lecture from adults, right, to say, stop vaping, these are the impact. They more want to hear from their peers. They want to hear from younger folks within their age group who might have been impacted by vaping. So I guess, and they also, one student mentioned videos that would probably help. So I know probably our normal mode of addressing this issue is to have the adults at the school leadership and so on, encourage students not to do so, but then it seems to be the least effective approach, because the students are telling us that that's kind of, one student said it's boring, it's not entertaining. So there might be ways in which we can reach our students by having their peers and other students at their level who have been impacted by vaping to sort of help them to understand the effect of vaping and negative effect of it. So Dr. Hepburn, they mentioned that one of the solutions could be to have speakers who are younger that would come in and speak to the students regarding the significant negative impact of vaping. So is this something we're doing? And if we're not, then how can we get this done?
So I know Jody Washington and her team, they do a lot of outreach. I don't know the age group of the individuals that they have participate with them in the outreach. Some of the things that we're working on right now, we met, courtesy of Landon kind of helping to facilitate this, with all of the TV production or media production programs high schools that have those programs. We met with them, about 2 weeks ago. And one of the asks from them was to help us out creating student-led content, PSAs and things like that. So not just for vaping, but also for other concerns that we may have, to have students create PSA videos that we can push out at different schools so they can roll it through their announcements or however they see fit, put it on social media, things like that. So we already got some things in the works, working with schools that already have these programs that are eager to assist us and leverage Beacon to help us do that.
Understand. So, Dr. Hepburn, let me ask this question, because I know vaping is a major issue, not only in high school, but in middle school, correct? So, what I heard from the students is having younger speakers come on campus and speak to them. I don't know if this would be in an auditorium or that would be very helpful, especially if these are young speakers who have been impacted. So, is this something that's doable, that can be across the district, and would this create a financial sort of concern to be able to do this? Because I'm hearing from the students that would have possibly been an effective way, or could be an effective way, to really reach the students when we have speakers that come on the school grounds. So can this be something that's implemented district-wide on a yearly basis? And I'm assuming a lot more funding would be needed to do so.
Yep. So we're already making notes. I know the team is behind me making notes too. We're going to have a discussion and pass this information on to Student Services. I think this is more spearheaded through Dr. Washington's department, and then she can give us the feasibility of what can be done versus what's already being done. And
I appreciate it. So what I can say, and then I'm going to move on to the next thing. They clearly state they don't necessarily want to hear a lecture from adults. So we have to reach them where they are, and we have to change how we do it, right? So in terms of, I also heard one student mention that they were able to shadow, those in the medical programs were able to shadow doctors, and it was about 40 to 80 students that were able to do so. I think this was at Cypress Bay, but they didn't have near enough. Majority of the students who would have interest in the medical programs were not able to go through this process. So is this something the district can consider, not only for medical programs, but for other programs where students are able to, I know we're doing some of this, but we're able to sort of expand on this and provide access to, through partnerships and so on, where students in different fields, medical field, law field, and so on, can shadow these professionals while they are in school?
Yes, we do a lot of that right now. I want to say most, if not all, of our medical programs have clinical experiences. Right now, like Blanche Ely's kids or in their medical program can have clinical experiences right there on campus with the new family medical program that we just opened up, that the community can take advantage of too. But we do that. We have great relationships with Broward Health, Memorial Health, to help us facilitate those opportunities for our kids. As far as Cypress Bay's situation, we'll have to do some more research. These programs are school specific with applications to get in, things like that. And so it's probably more of a competitive environment to get into their programs, is why it's probably so limited. So we'll just have to do some research on school-specific programs to see what their limitations are and help them expand if it's feasible to do at those schools.
Okay, great. And Dr. Hepburn, can we somehow have, like, for example, our regional superintendents explore areas where we can actually expand on this or improve to bring accessibility to students across the district to different programs of interest? It doesn't have to be medical. It could be law. It could be other fields.
We're doing that through redefining right now.
Okay, great. All right, a few more things, and thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me. There was mention of equipment not being up to standard as far as, equipment pertaining to physical education and so on. So I know that in the SMART projects, part of the SMART was to upgrade all these equipments, and I believe it was student Angie mentioned about equipment. So Dr. Hepburn, is this an issue across the district where there are concerns with physical education equipments that was mentioned by a couple of the students, because I was under the impression that the SMART program and what we did addressed most of what would be considered priority needs through the needs assessments that we've done.
So we'll have to assess. I did write down Angie's and also Douglas's concerns about some of the athletic equipment and some other equipment at both of those schools that they mentioned. I don't know the early scope around SMART when it first started. I'm aware of, of the past few years, so we'll have to do an assessment. And also just to remind the board that the FCA will catch all of those needs as well too, to help us identify those needs moving forward. But as far as for right now, Angie, Douglas, we got the information, and I know Ms. Paul and her team will go out and assess it and make those updates as necessary.
Got it. And the last couple of things, Dr. Hepburn, is I heard multiple students mention concerns with the Wi-Fi, and that is concerning if that's really accurate. We do need to ensure that the Wi-Fi is up to speed, up to par, because this seems to be impacting overall their ability to get their work done and to to be able to accomplish their academic goals. I also heard mention of the restrooms, and I do notice when I visit different schools, sometimes the SMART projects and other projects that we've engaged in, we've done a great job, but some of the restrooms do need to be upgraded. And I hope as we move forward, I know funding is always a concern, but as we move forward, that this can be part of our plan to get our restrooms up to date, in addition to what we've already done as a district. And lastly, Dr. Hepburn, I heard of the aviation program mentioned by Chanel at Miramar. I think that's a great program. I actually went there and visit myself, and I'm hoping that the district can expand this program across the district so it's more readily accessible to students in the north area as well. I know we have some other programs, but they're not necessarily comparable to that of Miramar. So I'm hoping in the north area and central area we can have a comparable aviation program as we do at Miramar High School for the south. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Vice Chair. First and foremost, big kudos to all the parents in attendance today. Thank you for coming. And obviously the students as well. I thought this was very informative, very insightful, and dare I say, with all due respect to my colleagues, way more fun than our regular school board meetings. So I'm glad you all were able to come and participate in today's panel. Just a couple comments from me. Bryce, the Say Hello initiative, I think that's fantastic. No one eats alone day over at Stranahan. Small acts of kindness like that can really go a long way, especially in the high school settings. There are, I'm sure, students that unfortunately may not feel welcome, especially maybe some newer students when they come into big settings like high school. And a simple smile and a simple hello and a simple good morning can really, really go a long way. So thank you for sharing that with us. That did bring a smile when I heard that, and kudos to the folks at Stranahan for doing that. That was really fantastic. Aaron, Dillard High School, there's a problem with the scoreboard on that beautiful new field that you guys have. That we got to, Dr. Holness, we got to do something. We got to get something done. That's too beautiful of a facility. I had the pleasure of attending some football games there recently, and you guys are very blessed to have that field. That is awesome. So I'm sorry to hear that, and we're going to have to work to get that fixed, because we can't have a great field like that and have a malfunctioning scoreboard.
Mrs. Severa, if I may, you and the board already did something about it.
So see that? I'm way ahead of myself. Look at that. So that's coming. But thank you for bringing that to our attention, and that is a beautiful, beautiful facility. And thank you for being in the band, and keep up the good work with that. Dr. Hepburn, Julian, fantastic point about the low-calorie meals. A lot of times we get complaints about, oh, this doesn't taste good, or I don't like the way this looks. But I don't think I've ever heard anybody complain for a lack of low-calorie meals. Dr. Hepburn, we got to do something about that. Obesity in this country is a big problem. And I can speak from personal experience. I think I put on about 10 pounds since I've been on this board. So I got to start getting in Julian's mindset and getting some low-calorie meals myself. But in all seriousness, Dr. Hepburn, what can we do here to? I know we made some great changes this year with the food, but what can we do here to get the focus to maybe shift over to, getting some low-calorie options for the kids who are willing to partake?
No, good question and great comments, Julian, also. So we'll pass the information on to Ms. Mulder, our Executive Director for Food and Nutrition. I know they already have low-calorie options, so it's probably more of a strategy of making sure we're expanding those options across the board at more schools and finding out how you're presently educated about those options and making sure we're doubling down on that also to make students aware of those options. But I know we have them, so probably just not at every school every day. So we just need to make sure that's happening every day. Go ahead, Landon. Look, you got something.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. I think Julian signed himself up for some more work. We have a student that sits on the wellness committee, and I think you just got yourself a spot there. So that would be the perfect opportunity for a student to share input. So I'll get in touch.
Thank you for that. And a couple last things. Ethan, I apologize. I wasn't looking at the paper closely enough, and I must have missed your introduction. College Academy, fantastic job. Good for you. Your mindset and mentality on how to approach school is mind-blowing to me. It really is. The way you approach this, how you're thinking about your future, the plans you have. It's very, very impressive, young man, and I wish you all the best. And kudos to you for having that mindset, because listen, I get it. Sometimes it's hard, right? Especially, I was in high school too. It was a very, very long time ago, but I was there too. And, my mind I was not in the same headspace as you. So kudos to you, and thank you for sharing everything that you were able to share with us today. And last but not least, Nathan, I'm going to do it. I'm going to put you on the spot, bud. I'm going to put you on the spot. Colleagues, and those in attendance, I am very proud to advise everybody that Nathan is a National Merit Scholarship semifinalist. That is a huge, huge deal, my friend. I'm very proud of you. I know this entire board is very proud of you. I know Cypress Bay is very proud of you. So keep up the good work. Nathan has aspirations to, hopefully we're going to put the positive energy in the air, my friend. Positive energy. Has aspirations to go to Duke University for college. So I wish you all the best, my friend, and good luck to you, okay?
Thank you.
Sorry, and good morning. Sorry I'm late. Just flew back into town. Next is Becca. Ms. Thompson.
Either or. I just want to say thank you guys so much for coming out. I have a couple comments, and then I actually have a few questions for like 2 or 3 of you, just being mindful of the time. I really appreciate the comments about clubs being in younger grades. As a mom of 3 elementary students, my kids are really bummed that they can't do clubs until 3rd grade, and I do think when you start young, you really get acclimated to schools better, so if that's something staff can look into. And then also, I hear you guys on the counselors. I think that's been a big topic of discussion on the school board, and I know staff has been working on it. I think not only are our counselors overburdened, I think one of the ways we can look into this situation is by increasing the number of social workers that we have throughout the district, because they are also mental health professionals, and I won't say more qualified. They're equally qualified to handle mental health crises, and since they are now throughout, one social worker has 2 to 3 to 4 schools, they're not even able to be utilized as a resource, and that might be something that's more financially doable than expanding counselors. So I just want to say that we do have a team of mental health professionals that aren't just your counselors, they're your social workers, your school psychologists, and your family therapists. So we still need to work to expand that, so you guys know that, but I do think to Superintendent Hepburn, looking at making it so there is one social worker per school is really, I think, a lower cost way to address this issue. And then, Julian, I love your shout outs because I think truly the district can promote our schools, but you guys are the best marketers in the fact that you're like, if anyone wants wrestling, we have it. Like, that's what I'm asking all of you to go. And when you're in your churches or synagogues or religious organizations or soccer fields or whatever you're doing, just talking up your school is really the way that we're going to bring more kids back into the system and you guys get new friends. So that works out as well. Okay, so I have 2 questions. We get a lot of feedback, particularly from teachers, about testing. And I just want to hear some of your feedback on if you feel that you're over-tested, if it's the right amount of testing, if there's anything you think we could do to improve or not touch that situation. Can I call on people? Douglas.
One of the things that I realize is that I feel like there is a decent amount of testing. It's not too much, but some students aren't aware that they need to take these tests or who they need to go see to ask whether or not they need to take the test, where to check for it and everything. And they don't give out too many chances for retakes. They give a decent amount, but it could definitely be a little bit better, because some students might not be able to make it in on a certain day, and then they might miss the chance to even be able to take that test, and that could even hold them from like graduating as well.
Thank you. Anybody else? Nathan?
So with tests like AP tests and ACE tests, you guys can't change the dates, obviously, but I think one thing that's really helped me is like towards the end of every year, you guys have county reviews, like for certain AP and ACE classes. The only issue is those are like limited spots, and I think it's maybe one weekend. And if like those were maybe held more often at the end of the year or like throughout the year, like when midterm exams are coming out, because those are mandatory for AP and ACE classes, if there could be like a review maybe for that and then multiple for like the end of the year, I think that would be helpful.
Haley?
Just piggybacking off of what Nathan said, those sessions are also, they cost $10 and they're only at one school. I went to it this past year and I don't remember what school it was, but it was like a 45-minute drive for me, because like depending on where you are. So not all making them multiple times a year, but also maybe putting them at like 3 different schools, one in the north, central, and south, just so that it's accessible. Because for me, like I drive, I'm a senior, but some of these kids are taking ACE and AP classes freshman year. Their parent has to get them there and pick them up. And then I don't know if there's a way to maybe sponsor some kids, because they are $10, and if you go multiple times and there's 3 sessions in one day, that can add up very quickly.
Thank you. Anybody else? Can a middle schooler give a shout out about testing? Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
I think my school has a good amount of testing. It's very scheduled out. We have a lesson, we have a test. Next lesson, next test. And I think that gives us very much of like a point to see where we're at, to see where we need to improve during the year. So I think that's very helpful.
Thank you. I appreciate that feedback. I think we hear that there's a lot of testing, and we want to make sure that that teachers don't feel overburdened. But I also feel like students you guys are pretty used to it, not we. You guys are pretty used to it, so it's good to hear your authentic feedback. And I also really like the idea of the more support during the testing time. So like the therapy puppies, because everyone loves puppies. And some maybe lavender scent, stuff we can help schools incorporate so that your mental health won't be as impacted. And then my last question.
I hate to jump in there, Ms. Thompson. I just want to, I'm recording the notes. Mm-hmm. If I can get, I think it was Haley and Nathan, what was it, ACT or SAT prep you were discussing about spreading out?
That's AP and ACE
AP
testing.
and ACE, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
That's okay. So the other, I just wanted to hear your thoughts, because as a district, we're going through a period of redefining where we're talking about changing programs and grade configurations. And one of the ideas that we did last year, which is why Silver Shores is now K through 8, is creating K through 8s. And there's talk of increasing the number of K through 8s throughout the district. I just wanted to hear, is that something that you guys feel that your peers or your parents or friends like that kind of model? Do people prefer traditional middle school in your experience? Or what are any general thoughts, either as a high schooler or someone who's in a K through 8 right now? 2 people. Go ahead.
For me, it's really beneficial also for my parents because I'm in 6th grade and my brother just started kindergarten. So my parents don't have to go for my brother and then pick me up in a different school. They can just pick us up at the same time. And I also get to see my brother and make sure like he's good during the school days, and then he says hi to me. So it's fun. So I get to see him every day.
Awesome. Mason?
Just the same reason as her.
And go ahead.
I think being at a separate school than, like, for example, my little sister, she goes to a K through 5 school, and I'm a 6 through 8 school. I feel like it's better because the age differences are different and people's opinions are different. And I feel like there would be a little bit more bullying in a way from kids. And I also like how the timing of the schools are different. Her school starts at 8, my school starts at 9, so it's convenient for my parents.
Thank you. Nathan?
I'm kind of against K-8s just because I think, like a lot of siblings, right? I think having a traditional middle school, traditional elementary school, it like allows for siblings to like create their own identity. I think with me and my sisters, like we do a lot of the same extracurriculars outside of school, but having like different schools allows us to like create our own self, join our own clubs. Because I think when you're in the same school, oftentimes you're kind of urged to like join the same clubs because it's like, oh, if you go to that club, your parents can pick you up from that club at the same time. Like you don't have like the option to like choose different things.
Ethan?
I'm also pretty much against K through 8. I think one of the beautiful things about elementary school is that it's sheltered, and exposing kids to certain things at such a young age is not something that I am for. So I don't think K through 8 is a good idea.
Haley?
Sorry, I know you wanted to keep this short.
No, please. I love this.
But I know it's the opposite side of the spectrum, but I guess it would apply down. So my sister goes to a 6 through 12, and she is considering, it's a charter school, she's considering pushing back into public school for high school.
Bring her back.
I know, I'm trying. Because when you make a friend group in 6th grade, this applies for younger, and then you lose that friend group, you're now trying to jump into a new friend group, and eventually you run out of kids because normally those schools, since there's more grades, the class size is smaller. So it's very hard to lose your footing if you make one wrong move with your friends. So I definitely think that can happen in a K through 8, just because, let's say 3rd grade, something happens, and now you're dealing with those kids that hurt you for the next 6 years.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
To add on to like what Ethan said, I kind of agree about the K through 8 thing, because at my school we have, I believe it's 6th through 12th, and sure they're a little bit more mature, like 6th graders compared to like elementary school and all, but at the same time there's some stuff that they shouldn't be exposed to that they are at my school. And so I feel like the only way that kind of system would work is if they had like a way more like attentive monitoring system to like keep a closer eye on like what the students are being exposed to and how they're interacting. That would be the only way I could see that working.
Thank you guys so much. This was super helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. I thought, Landon, I want to, you and Jasir, thank you for putting this together. Sometimes we forget the very countless hours that goes into putting this together. This is not something that was put together with a minimum amount of effort. It really wasn't. And Landon, I thought you were going to end by asking the board what we thought of these students here on a 1 through 5. And so we would definitely give these guys a 5. Much appreciate the time and energy and thought you put into your comments. for you, it's not trivial to be here as well. Parents, could you raise your hand? All the parents that are here. Look at you guys. Thank you. I appreciate that. A couple things I want to share. I wonder if the students here who kind of insinuated something as a potential solution to what you talked about for programs and things, of the 14, 15 students here, Landon and Jasir, please vote on this as well. How many of you would prefer at the end of a school year for you to have some kind of input into what kind of clubs and programs would be at your school next year? Yeah, might be a nice process improvement. You know, we can't always meet the needs. You know, there's sometimes 2 kids in a school of 4,800 at Cypress Bay or something that want, you know, left-handed fencing club or something, and it's like, oh, we can't do that. But there's actually like this really easy process that some districts use where they at least survey the students that are there that plan to come back and say, look, these are the 10 that we have, and here's 10 other programs or clubs that are feasible, that we can afford to do, that we have the space and all the equipment to do it. And other schools offer it as well. Would you be interested in these? And sometimes that causes some of the existing clubs to be disestablished and new clubs to started. But I'm always fascinated at how rich the data is for student input, and then we don't ask for it. And so I'm fascinated by that. Later today, we're going to talk about the school calendar. And we went out and got 26,000, mostly parents, some staff, to vote on different options with the calendar. But I feel like the students, whether it's through peer service announcements rather than public service announcements, or whether you want to give feedback at the end of your middle school and high school year about what might be a really exciting thing, might be an interesting idea. Ethan, is there a club at Broward College for all the College Academy students?
All the clubs at the college are open to the students.
But is there a club for College Academy kids at Broward College?
Yes, NHS.
Yeah. Oh, terrific. That's good to know. I heard too many comments about food, and I'm a little bit of a data guy, and I heard about another district that measured something recently that blew my mind. It's under the mantra of feed the kids, don't feed the trash cans. And what it measures is if you have 1,200 kids at Sunrise Middle School, how many of them eat the food? And how many of them get the food, but they feed the trash can instead of feeding it? So what this district did is they weighed the trash cans. And they were trying to find food that kids wanted to eat. Because if kids eat, they learn, right? They're more alert, they're healthier, all these great things happen. It's a nice way to twist some data gathering so that what you're gathering is actually directly related to what you want, which is you want good nutrition going into kids so that they can stay alert all afternoon or after breakfast, get good things. So the idea is to feed the students, don't feed the trash cans, and you can measure that. The last thing I wanted to ask Dr. Hepburn, when we voted, this is now our second year for metal detectors in all of our high schools. There was talk about it being good enough to detect vape pens. And now I keep hearing from students and principals and teachers that there's this expanding vaping going on in schools. I understand, you know, kind of the physiological, the addiction that happens with it. It's a terribly damaging thing for our high school students or middle school students to start or to continue vaping. You know, you could put it in the class of things that just are not good for any human being to engage in. But is there a setting in our current metal detectors that would detect vaping pens?
Dr. Hepburn.
So I'm going to be very careful with my answer because I don't want to expose any vulnerabilities as it comes to safety and security with our use of our metal detectors, but I can give you this data. Since we've implemented metal detectors, we've seen the assessor data for vaping decrease at the high school level.
When we have the appropriate venue, I'd love to talk more about that.
Yes.
You know, I will just put 2 pieces together without disclosing anything about security, but there's a real problem with vaping pens inside schools. And if we have a technology that can eliminate that or dramatically reduce it, I'm going to continue to advocate for using whatever technology can. We do have some new technologies that are coming that will help, and so I'm looking forward to those being installed. I think those are kind of planned for next year, and we'll learn more about those. But thank you all for your frank, honest. I will tell you that there's a lot of students They get very intimidated just talking to adults or to school board members or superintendents and the like. And when you put them in a room like this with parents and staff and school board people all listening to you, it's hard sometimes to share, and you guys did great. So if you guys have been in Broward County Public Schools for a long time, I'm really proud of what we did to help you get to that point, but I'm incredibly proud for you just to be able to speak up for yourself, to share your opinions. Some warmed up a little bit, but you did warm up, and you guys have really impressed me quite a bit with your thoughts, and it will influence this board. Last time we heard the opposite story about mental health access, and this board took action and will continue to take action. This time we hear that more of you know where to go and where to end up. Our ratio of licensed clinical therapists, which is what we need. We need licensed clinical therapists to help our kids. Our ratio is not consistent with the national norm or with the national standard, and I'm very confident that this board will do what we can to rectify it. Broward County, the government of Broward County, gave us $4 million last week to continue the fight against mental health. I'm looking forward to seeing what we do with those funds to kind of help make sure that the people that are there to actually help you with therapy, not get you into college. There's plenty of wonderful people that do general counseling and do a lot of help on test prep and college prep and life prep and all that. And then there are licensed, certified therapists who can actually help you, who can actually get into the root causes of what's going on and can actually help. And I look forward to that discussion on this board. But thank you all for coming today.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not going to go through and repeat everything that my colleagues have said. So just a few takeaways. First of all, thank you to Landon and Jasir for organizing this. And thank you all for coming. Like Dr. Zima just said, it's very impressive that you're all here and so engaged and willing to talk in this forum. I mean, it's a great experience for moving forward, but not everyone is willing to come out here, put yourselves out and talk and be in this kind of public-facing setting. So you should all be very proud of yourselves. Very impressive. I would not have done this when I was in high school or middle school, so I'm impressed. And I think that, you know, from the session that we had at the end of last year, it is so cheering, and to Dr. Hepburn's point from before, to hear such positive feedback. Obviously, the district has taken some steps to improve things, and the fact that you're all here saying such positive things is very heartwarming for us, because there are negative commentaries and narratives out there, and to have the people that are actually in the schools, going to schools, you guys as leaders coming back with such positive thing to say about your school and having such pride in your schools is very wonderful to hear. Honestly, it's very motivating for us moving forward. And I think one of the takeaways that I had from listening to all of you, and I think it's very important as leaders and just people in society moving forward, is the fact that you all value your relationships with your peers, with your teachers, your administrators, your club leaders, your coaches, and that's like a very basic, fundamental thing to having a good school experience. And the fact that you all recognize that, you're out there making those relationships, valuing those relationships, reaching out to other students that may not have that right now, I think that really speaks volumes, and that's really what's going to connect everybody and allow you to have an impact on other people having good school experiences. So I really appreciate that you're all here doing that. And I also really appreciate the school pride. There's something to be said, and I think, never forget, we have a very rich history here in Broward County, and the fact that you are all plugged into that pride in your schools and that history of the bands, the teams, the clubs, the academic success, I think that just really speaks volumes, and to have you all as our ambassadors for Broward Public Schools is going to make things better for all of us. So get the word out and keep up the good work, and thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. Haley, I noticed at the end of the conversation when Mason was adding something that you had, you seemed like you wanted to say something about something to improve at your school. Was there something you wanted to add? Sorry to put you on the spot.
Because he said the gym, and I was just gonna say our auditorium. I'm pretty sure it's coming. If what I heard in the past, it's just when it's coming, But it's okay. This is my last year, so it doesn't really affect me anymore.
Do we have a status update on the Coral Glades auditorium?
Go ahead, Ms. Paul, if you're back there. Yes, she is.
Yes, we're working on it. I believe we're still in design, but I would have to look at that to give a more detailed follow-up. But yes, there will be auditorium at Coral Glades. And it will be spectacular.
Do we have an estimated date for completion, or do we need to get that?
I would have to do a follow-up.
Got it.
Yeah, we're well into design and so forth. It's moving along based on the timeline I provided earlier, but I don't have it right at the tip of my tongue. If you give me a minute, I can look it up.
Okay, cool. Thanks. And Landon and Jasir, could either one of you share how these students were chosen to be here today?
Yes. This was a mix of students who applied for the session last school year. I believe there's 10 students that applied. And then there were some schools, some districts, because we selected one middle and one high from each district, where there weren't any other students. So we reached out to principals for recommendations. But the majority of the students self-applied.
Got it. And are these exclusively SGA students, or it's just...
No. So we have there's only one requirement to participate, is that you had not been externally suspended last school year. I'm sorry, at the spring semester of last school year. There's no GPA requirement, no leadership requirement, no club requirement, and we did that very purposefully because we want to make sure that the group that's in here is very representative of the entire district.
Got it. Thank you. And I asked that question because I think it really demonstrates the kind of feedback that we got today, how it is authentic and unique to the different kinds of feedback we get as a school district in these workshops. So like my colleagues, thank you all so much for being here. To the parents here, I hope you're so proud and are getting to see another side of your child that you might not otherwise see. And I hope that we can all recognize the excellent communication style of everyone at this table. Abby, it's not often that we hear thank you from anyone in this room. And that's not why we're here today. We're here to serve. But I've been thinking a lot about, and I think there's a lot out there about how we communicate with each other in government, and the way you all communicated your needs and your experiences in a way that was productive and respectful is really incredible, and it's not something we see often. So thank you, and I hope that you all are all really impressed with yourselves today. I kind of wanted to identify some common themes that I heard today. School pride, the visibility of school leadership, the connections with students, having a sense of purpose in our schools, and knowing that there are adults that you can lean on. So I think first and foremost, what I heard was the importance of hearing things from your peers and how that's so much more meaningful. And as a teacher, I understand that too. But even beyond those student connections, knowing that there is a safety net of adults that you can lean on is really important. And I think that's those themes are going to drive a little bit of my comments today. So in the innovative programs piece, what I really took away from your feedback was wanting a sense of purpose from these programs, knowing that they can drive your career, knowing that they can provide you opportunities after school. So we heard medical, business, fire, cosmetology. What I did not hear was how excited everyone was for testing. So I hope that we all can take that away and today and push that in our schools, that it's not testing that drives student engagement, it is giving them a sense of purpose through their academics. Community was also another piece that I heard throughout, but especially in the innovative programs piece and the safety piece. I think in the world that we're living in right now, we're seeing that institutions that historically gave us community, institutions of faith, community spaces and things like that are disintegrating a little bit, and our schools can be homes and places of community for students. And so like Aaron talking about, and also Julian talking about the school pride at Dillard and Blanche Ely, it really is unparalleled, and that gets people to school every single day, and it creates a sense of community and a sense of purpose in their schools. Ethan talking about going to a different counselor because that individual was more welcoming. I think I go back to having trusted adults who are a safety net. And then we just heard generally, like when kids come into school and they see the principal or staff smiling at them, welcoming them at the school day. I've been on like the receiving end of that, and sometimes kids would just like ignore me, but I would still say hello, welcome to class. So I think that's such a valuable piece to this, and I'm so grateful that we have so many school staff members who are providing that sense of welcome and community and safety in our schools. To the vaping piece, I'll just reiterate some things that I heard. Haley talking about student-made PSAs. I hope we can take that and run with it as a district. Janelle talking about like getting to the root issue of like why kids are vaping and the mental health issues that are driving that, but also in the student-led PSAs talking about how vaping exacerbates your mental health issues that you're struggling with. Bryce talking about having professionals who specialize in addiction and medical professionals coming to speak about that. Again, like not hearing from the same people and seeing the same faces, but hearing from like trusted, authentic sources on these issues, I think is really important. Janelle, I'm going to put you on the spot. You talked about like the fear of snitching being real, and as a teacher, I saw that too. And I'm wondering if you or anyone else at the table has any suggestions to addressing that.
I think the apps that aren't clever to report something are very useful for that, but in person, there are reports, like anonymous reports, but it's not very anonymous in a way. For example, like if a person sees you walking into the office, they're gonna put some pieces together and, oh, she just told on me for something. And I think just online is very safe to do.
Thank you for that. And I think Mrs. Aldef addressed this too. It's a little bit troubling that we don't, there's not a lot of awareness about some of these apps, even though they're like the first thing that pop up on your computer. But sometimes like that over communication kind of drowns out. Yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I also think that most of the times teachers warn us to use those apps only in emergencies, and sometimes we can't identify what exactly is an emergency. So that's why.
Yeah, so I see Mrs. Alhada shaking her head.
Right, so it's not just for an emergency. It could be for bullying. It could be there. So if you click on the Saver Watch app, there's a whole list of things, and it's not just an emergency. So I would say look at the list, and something that you might see, it's going to be on there. If you have a concern about something, you can report it on there. So feel free to report. Like, don't be afraid to do that.
And I think maybe on our end, we need to do a better job communicating that those are that can be used for anything. So thank you for highlighting that.
Mason has, you want to say something, Mason? He had his hand
Oh, Mason, sorry.
I just wanted to say we had these boxes at our school where it's like you can put like pieces of paper saying like someone's doing this to me or something.
Got it. Okay.
Nice.
So that's another thing that we could try to implement. I really loved Haley's idea of the safety council. So like, updating it for middle school and high school as opposed to like an elementary safety patrol. I think that's really cool. Ethan talked about like shared goals and high expectations making people feel safe in school, and I think that's something that as a district and our schools we can really take seriously when we talk about our school culture and how much school culture creates a sense of safety. And then I heard Julian talk about school pride and again the visibility of leadership and staff. I also wanted to highlight for the mental health piece the difference in the positive feedback from the responses last year. Now, it wasn't perfect, right? So we still have work to do. But again, and I know my colleagues have said this, but I just have to emphasize, at the last student feedback workshop, I saw Dr. Hepburn, and I still see him. Like, he has a whole page of notes, and we have pages of notes too. And then we heard Landon and Jasir talk about like the after action report. So I just cannot emphasize enough how much your feedback is so helpful and productive, and how we really, really take it to heart. So thank you. And just as my colleague said, it appears that there is a supply and demand issue with counseling. As a side note, we did hear that counselors are bogged down with scheduling sometimes, and I hope that AI can help us with scheduling in the future to save time for our counselors. Again, Alara talking about peer counseling with the student connections, so important. And finally, for the campus environment, I know some of my colleagues mentioned this, but the food piece, I am Italian, so food is central to my identity and soul. But I think it goes back to also creating community, and like food is so much a part of making people feel comfortable and at home. So whatever we can do to try to improve or expand the variety of food that we offer in our schools and make students feel really like a sense of ownership in the food that we serve is important. Chanel's talking about access to the library at school is very troubling to me. I worked at a school where the library was closed except for testing. This is not in Broward schools, but having students be able to access the resources in the library is so important. So thank you for identifying that, Chanel. Bryce highlighting the physical conditions of Stranahan High School is something that I will continue to advocate for. My colleagues talked about the AC and Wi-Fi issues. The AC issues are particularly concerning because we as a district have invested a lot of money in improving the AC. So I hope that we can go back and do some research on like why these systems that we've invested so much money in are not performing well. So thank you all again for coming and speaking today. These are my favorite workshops. I think they're the most useful that we have. And just thank you so much. And also, you can reach out to all of us. We are all here to serve you. Our contact information is on the school board website. So please use us to help implement change in your schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you. Thank you to my colleagues who already spoken. But I want to thank the parents and guardians and you guys for coming here today and being so open and honest and, really joyous about your school. I kind of got a big grin when Julian was talking about school pride and Aaron also, and all I could think of in my head was Soul Bowl, baby, Soul Bowl. We're there. And I think that's a great tradition, and I look forward to that. Moving back to Julian again, sorry, I'm not picking on you. You made me laugh a little bit because you reminded me of my brother, because when you asked about low-calorie food, and you did mention the W word, wrestling, right? My brother was he was tiny. He was always thin. But we had to, make sure that we had special food for him when he was trying to go up a weight or down a weight for his wrestling match that week. And I thought that was really interesting. So you sharing about the wrestling before you asked about the low-calorie stuff just made me feel like I was 10 years old again and going to my brother's wrestling. So wrestling is awesome, and I look forward to coming to a game. When we talk about vaping, I have a pretty pretty good mind of what that would be like, what it looks like. I've never smoked anything in my life, and last year I was hospitalized for pneumonia. And my doctor, when I was in the hospital, had asked me a couple questions. 1, do you smoke? No. 2, do you vape? I said, nope, didn't do that. And then he said, do you have COPD? I didn't even know what that was. I said, I don't think so, right? And then he put up my x-ray and showed me my x-ray, and it was a hot mess. But he said, what do you do for a living? I heard you talking about schools and kids. And I said, I'm on the school board. And he said, vaping is an epidemic of, major proportions, and we have to stop it now because the kids don't understand how very serious and long-lasting and your lungs will look like. He came back into the room, put it up on the screen thing so you can see the x-rays, and he put it next to mine. What I thought mine was a hot mess, the other one looked like cottage cheese, absolutely like cottage cheese. And I said, good Lord, what is that? A 14-year-old kid's x-ray. And I said, whoa, that's terrible. He has pneumonia? He has a lot more than pneumonia. And he'd only been vaping for 8 months. So it happens fast, and I totally agree with you guys that you have to hear it from yourself. You have to make it real, and looking at those x-rays for me really made it real. And most of us are visual learners, so when you see something like that, it stops your cold. And that's part of you all being ambassadors, really, for Broward County Schools, and to make sure that you're getting the information that you need to be able to share with your friends. And I know that we as a board have certainly reached out to parents, and I think the student aspect of PSAs is going to be that connection. So didn't want to scare anybody, but it's for real. Let me see. Oh, well, one thing I was really happy to hear about was how welcoming our staff is to you guys. That's great. We've been working on customer service, and that sounds so Disney-like we all have to be this way. It's not that way. It's being kind to each other, making a difference every day. And you all know that it's sometimes just that hello. Sometimes it's, or just a smile. All those things really help. And thank you for sharing them today. And I really look forward to hearing more from you all. And like Ms. Celine already said, go on the website, reach out to us. I would love to talk to you all. So thank you again. Thanks so much. Thanks.
Thank you, and we will end with Mrs. Alida.
Yeah, so real quick, I just wanted to mention the different categories on the Safer Watch app. Some of them are animal abuse, arson, assault, battery, bullying, child abuse, claiming false identity, corruption, cybercrime, hacking, cyberbullying, dating violence, depression, drug addiction, drugs, eating disorder, fraud, guns, hate speech, hazing, hit and run, identity theft, kidnapping, LGBTQ harassment, mental health concern. So these are, and then they have an other category, just to name a few.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize, I was out of town, just flew back in, and I'm sorry I missed the conversation, but thank you all so much for coming today and sharing your thoughts and some of your concerns and answering the different questions that were here and just opening yourselves up to being here. As it was mentioned, sometimes public speaking in front of the school board can be a little, I don't want to say scary, but sometimes people tell us that. So I appreciate you coming and sharing what happens in our schools, because you are our customers. You are who we want to make sure we're meeting all the needs that you have. So thank you so much for coming today and sharing that with us. And with that, we end this part of our workshop. So thank you so much.
And if we could have a moment to take a brief picture with the students.
We're going to take a short recess. Thank you, and welcome back to the School Board Workshop. Our next item is the 2026 state and federal legislative priorities. I now turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
Soup, did you have anything?
Yes, I'll turn it over to Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you. So the board does have a copy of our proposed legislative platform for the 26th state legislative session. Pre-committees start early October, and with the session starting in September. So our goal is to capture feedback from the board to present this for our final board vote on October 17th. Let me introduce our new Director of Legislative Affairs, Ms. Knowles. We're excited to have her on.
Thank you.
We won't haze her too bad in her first workshop. We want her to stick around. I do want to take an opportunity to also thank Mr. Hill for providing leadership during his task assignment over legislative affairs. He did great work for us. I know he will continue to do great work, so I just wanted to thank him publicly for that. And of course, everyone knows our coordinator of local government, Armando. He's here with us as well. And with that, I think the board does have our presentation and draft. Chair, did you want us to briefly go over it or go into feedback? I think you also have public comment as well. I think you have 2 folks signed up for that.
Let me ask the board, did you want them to give a brief presentation? Okay. So we'll go to public comment.
I know Ms. Lumscomb is here. We had a conversation prior to today, so I think she's going to bring this up in her public comments. I think she stepped out about the language as it relates to cameras in our classrooms. I agree with her assessment of mirroring it to what the language was during the pilot program and not what we have in our platform, which would be an opt-out.
Comment on that one. It's my turn to talk. Anna Carujo, sorry.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Anna Carujo, Broward school parent and also the vice chair of the ESC advisory board. So a lot of what I'm going to say does echo what Jackie was talking about. The HB 149, which governed the 3-year pilot, never provided an opt-out. And so the language as it reads right now, which basically goes straight into supporting legislation that includes an opt-out, should be rewritten to read something along the lines of support legislation to permit audiovisual recording in self-contained ESE classrooms as a routine safety enhancement. Right now what we're seeing is the program has rolled out, and a lot of the issues that they're having is with a failure to reply rather than people explicitly opting out of having a camera in the classroom. And we just see that there's students in self-contained classrooms in all types of living arrangements and many different backgrounds. Some people do not return the forms because of language barriers or simply students that are not placed with their parents. So they have no one that's really looking at these forms. And we can't really mitigate for every different scenario, but that doesn't mean that we should compromise on safety. HB 149 was very explicit in the sense that it was a safety and security measure. We don't currently offer people the right to opt out of any other safety and security measure, whether it's a metal detector or cameras on buses or even walking in and out of these buildings. So I just don't see where there's any upside to having that language in there if we can advocate or have it on the legislative platform to remove any obstacles to just having the cameras rolling, maybe having some sort of a visual that says recording is in progress in these classrooms. That should be the goal. I definitely would advise on taking anything that allows people to opt out completely out of the language. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is Mrs. Luscombe close?
She has left the building.
Okay. I guess that is it for public comment. I know she had an interview to do today, so. Any of my colleagues? Mrs. Alhada?
Thank you. So my first comment is on the federal legislation regarding the federal legislation priorities for Alyssa's Act. And staff added the word Alyssa. It's Alyssa's with apostrophe S. And then I'm going to hand out, I have draft bill language for Alyssa's Act, and kind of just to sum it up, it helps to create standards around emergency response. So if you remember years ago, they created standards around fire alarm pole stations. So now we have sprinklers and we have fire alarms in all of our schools. So this will help to create standards around emergency response with panic buttons and mapping systems. So this is draft bill language that will be filed by Congressman Burgess Owens probably by the end of next month in October. And then my second request to the board is in regards to adding on the state platform the funding that was left over from taking down the 1200 building and building the new building, if that money can be requested by the state to go to the off-campus memorial for the 17. It will be 7.5, 8 years in this February since the tragedy, and we need to get that off-campus memorial up and going and running. And even though $1 million was allocated with the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Act, this money that we have left over from taking down the building and building the new building will help tremendously with the off-campus memorial. So my request is that we add that to the state legislative platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks. And Ms. Alhada, what are the funds that are left over from that, so we can be specific in our...
If I may? So originally, I believe the allocated amount from the state was about $25 million. We've drawn down the majority of that for the 1,500 replacement building. So there's a little over 1.6 million.
And that's left over from the state allocation for the demolition and rebuild, right?
Correct. That's housed in the state. We haven't drawn down because we hadn't had a need. We don't have a need for it anymore because we've already replaced the 1,200 building with the 1,500 building.
And tell me why we need to ask permission for that. Is that something we can do as a school board?
No. You need the legislature to change the language in the statute because the language now is for the replacement of the 1,200 building. So that would exclude the off-campus memorial.
Terrific. Second question also, Ms. Aldep. The act is already in this. So what you're doing, passing out the act, is just to give us to read what's already in there, or do we need to do something?
Yeah, so it says Alyssa, and it needs to say Alyssa's, like Alyssa
Sure.
apostrophe S.
Other than that, though, we don't need to do anything with this.
No, I just wanted to
us
give it
understand
to you for information.
I appreciate that very much. On a bigger issue, Chair, I want to suggest to my colleagues what I suggested last year to no avail, I guess, which is that we get real with what we ask people for. My view is we have a party that is in a supermajority in Florida. We have a party that has today a very slim majority in the House. It's getting smaller by the month, by the way. But they have a slim majority in the House. They have a slim majority in the Senate, and they have the White House. My sense is that we haven't adjusted to the reality of that in the way that we've talked about these things, and even in terms of what we've asked for. Just as an example, asking for an increase in federal per pupil funding for Title I, IDA, Impact Aid, and other formulas, which many of those have been either reduced or have been reallocated to things like civics instruction and the like. I think maybe we could ask for the same funds to be provided in block grants to states. We could do a lot of things, but I think if we don't have a sense of who we're asking this stuff of, and we just go blindly to Tallahassee and blindly to DC, we're going to get a pretty predictable response in terms of what we're asking for. So in my view, I'd love this list to be rewritten and gets a lot smaller and ask for things that are reflecting what's already gone on and what the most likely things are, and try and tilt those things back to where we have some very clear small number of priorities. I would think of something like 5 would be kind of a maximum number of things. We could rally the troops around those things, but I would like them all to be SMART goals. And I don't view these as SMART goals in the mnemonic sense because they're not realistic. We're going to go and ask for things that the party that's in control this year of the funding has campaigned against some of these things explicitly. So I forgot my first thought, Chair, by the way, which is I got a call from Senator Commissioner Geller, and he was very upset that we stole their lobbyists from Broward County. So I always know it's a great hire when someone calls where they used to work and said, boy, well, you guys, I tell you, I'm so disappointed in you. And so I gave him the reaction you would have expected, but I'm so glad to have you on the team, having watched you do lobbying in Tallahassee for Broward County. And now I know you're on an even better team with Broward County Public Schools. So welcome to the team. But my view is that I'd love to see this reduced to something like 5 specific things that are realistic, that are measurable, that are achievable. But I'm one of 9, but I just wanted to make sure I got that out. I said that last year. I didn't win enough support to change it, but it's still my opinion today.
Thank you, Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate the very concise documents that we were given, and I'm very excited to have you on board, Ms. Knowles. I did want to just flag 2 things. One issue that I think would be useful, and one issue that we had on our platform last year, was funding for paid family leave. I would like to add that to the platform. I don't know if my colleagues would like to as well, and I think it would fit under retaining a high-quality instructional workforce. And then there was an issue that we talked about a few months ago that I believe my colleague, Mr. Cervera, pointed out when we were voting on an item dealing with the collection of student data. And I would really like to see these issues added to our platform, both state and federal, when it comes to commitment to school safety, security, and wellness. So 1, advocating for the development and enforcement of clear age-appropriate regulations governing the use of AI accessible to minors. So obviously we talk about how we're leading the world in AI as a district. I do have real concerns about the access that minors have to AI as it relates to what we give them access to, but just in general. So this could be requirements around content filtering, age verification, ethical design, and transparency around data usage and AI-generated content. And then to more specifically, supporting legislation that regulates the collection, storage, use, and sharing of student data by technology companies. And requiring vendors and platforms used in K-12 education to clearly disclose data practices. I'm so sorry. I lost my voice this weekend. And I've got a lozenge in my bag. Give me a second. Toddlers, am I right? And obtain affirmative consent from districts for any data usage. I don't know if I got my point across.
Yes, we captured it.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Knowles. So, I agree with Dr. Zeman in terms of the current climate and being realistic about, what our legislative agenda should be, and really drilling down to things that we think that that we find to be the most important, and that we think that we can reasonably have an opportunity to advocate for and actually make some progress with. So I don't not agree with everything that's listed, but just being realistic, I think putting our energy into things that we can actually potentially achieve is a good strategy, particularly right now. I appreciate this handout from the Sarasota County Schools, and one of the, because I think that they did a really good job of just having 4 priorities. And priority number 2, I particularly agree with. I think, with the way that the funding is going right now, I think it would behoove us to really advocate for accountability for all schools that are receiving taxpayer funding. Because right now, we're the only ones that are really accountable, and we play by a different set of rules than everybody else. So if we have these different options for, for people for school choice, I think that it would be in the best interest of all the students in the state, really, and for the parents to know, to have some data associated with their schools, and to make that requirement for anyone that's receiving taxpayer dollars, regardless of what the makeup of that school is. So that would be my number 1 priority for this year, because I think it helps every single parent, every student, and all of the taxpayers know where their money's going and how it's being used and whether or not a school is successful or not, so that people can make informed choices about that. So that is my comment. Thank you.
Chair?
Yes.
If I may?
Go ahead.
Just to give some perspective of what the legislative priority documentation, how it's utilized and how we use it as either district staff or contract lobbyists. So unless it's on, historically speaking, unless it's on this platform, then that gives us the ability to advocate for the board in Tallahassee because we're representing the board. So if it's not on here, it makes it difficult for us to advocate. Now, to Dr. Zeman's point, you didn't fail completely last year. Last year was 2 pages. We're down to 1. And then we use this depending on what is moving or not moving in Tallahassee. And then if it's outside of this platform, then we really don't have the authority to advocate on any position outside of what the board has approved here, unless we consult with the superintendent and the chair during session, because it's 60 days, so it's fast moving. So there's issues that we won't be able to come to the board to ask permission to advocate. So unless it's on here, it does make it difficult for staff to advocate. So that's why it's at least that's how we've historically done it, because we are representing the board in Tallahassee and DC. And for the most part, if you have more than 1 page, it is difficult because you guys are elected officials. You know how it is. You don't have time to read pages of documentation. So we did try to keep it as concise as possible, but that's how we've used the platforms historically. So I just wanted to give that perspective, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. And that actually was my first question. So thank you for addressing that. Just what's the rationale between having 11 state priorities versus 3 to 4? And while I recognize that, I also want to echo Ms. Bowman and Dr. Zeman's comments that I think narrowing it would be better because that helps us have a stronger message. And I just kind of want to give an overview to my colleagues about kind of what's coming down the pipeline, because there is so much news lately. It's hard to always keep track. So President Trump is actually proposing a $12 billion cut to public education, which would eliminate funding for many of the school district operated programs, including services for students learning English, migrant students, mental health services, arts and technology classes, after school programs to improve teacher effectiveness, summer programs, etc. On the state level, the state is also projecting to go into a fiscally, I don't know if they'd call it a crisis, but a period where they're going to be about in a $6.5 billion hole in the 2028-2029 fiscal year. I think when we think about advocating, it's really important to have the context of what is happening and understanding that while we might want funding for certain programs, the likelihood of that is not happening. So why would we spend our time and energy and our money for our outside consultants to advocate for something that's not ever going to pass in this current environment? I also spent some time looking at districts throughout Florida's priorities, which is why I asked staff to pass around Sarasota County's schools. I think this is not that our brochures are beautiful. I zoomed in, beautiful. I do think having 4 priorities, which I think encompasses what the board general feelings for, is easier. It's also more digestible, and they're all very catchy titles. And I think when you are a legislator in either Tallahassee or DC, to be able to have a paper that's like, oh, adequate, accurate funding, that makes sense, is helpful. I think it's also important that we're looking, and I know FSBA does a really good job at trying to consolidate all this in the Greater City Schools Consortium. Those guys also do a great job of trying to collectively advocate for the whole group. However, if we could also echo what other districts are saying, because I think we're all know that there needs to be funding. We all know there's transportation issues. We all know that special needs programs need to be funded, et cetera. And so I would like to make some recommendations, at least on the state priorities, and get my colleagues' opinions on potentially cutting some areas. In particular, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The last bullet, strategic right sizing and enrollment enhancement. This is something that we're already doing, and as a board, we are making decisions to right size the district right now. To spend time in Tallahassee asking for help with, by the time they pass anything, we have already made these decisions. To me, seems counterproductive. Would it be amazing for legislation to come and give us kind of a fallback or some more support? Of course. However, by this time, we're hopefully done.
Staff is not opposed to that change, for what it's worth.
I have a quick question on that, though, because it says preserving the local school board's authority to oversee these processes. So was that put in here because they've taken away, I know that there's some issues with local authority and things of that nature. So was it just to ask them to help us resize, or was it specifically about the authority to oversee the process?
It was really both. But to Ms. Thompson's point, there's really no limitation currently now for you to do that. The biggest challenge going forward is, as it relates to this, is probably the first bullet in the first bucket, which is when some entities can come in and use our underutilized space, and how that would cost and whatnot. But that would be taken care of with the first item.
And
you don't want to bring to their attention with the last bullet, right?
I appreciate that comment. And I also really like the first bullet. I think that's something that's very in tune with what's happening. And in fact, Sarasota specifically calls out School of Hope, but I like that ours is a little bit more general to manage. And then I had a question. So how is the item 5, the commitment to school safety, security, and wellness, different than us advocating for increasing the base student allocation, safe schools, mental health assistance allocation? Is that, I don't want to offend anyone, is that virtue signaling? I think you guys know that as a school board, we want all these things. We're advocating for more funding. I guess what is the difference?
I see what you're
between
saying.
that.
It could be perceived a little bit repetitive. Usually, we've always called it out, but we don't have to. It's part of the safe school allocation and the final point above it, and invest in public schools, finance, and FAFP priorities.
And I'm not saying to remove it or not remove it, but I do think if you are
We can combine it with the other section to streamline it further.
Mhm.
I know we're asking, I personally don't want to combine school safety and security anywhere else. I think it needs to be called out by itself. So, we could repeat.
Isn't there hand
ourselves
signs
100
now?
times. I know. No, we didn't.
Oh.
Yeah. And that's fine. That's kind of why I wanted, in the interest of if people wanted to narrow it down, I understand the calling it out and the importance of that. I just wanted to point that out. And then my other comment is I think there needs to be a prioritization of how we're listing these items, because for me, investing in public education, budget, finance is absolutely number one. And when, as a legislator, I would be looking at a document, I think there should be some prioritization of how we are ordering these. And I can give my suggestion, or we can go from there.
We'll order it however the board would like.
Well, I mean, you said that the public funding is for, I think safety is first. I mean, I would say safety is first and then public funding.
So my argument would be, if we don't have money, we can't invest in any of these. I would say it's in the top two.
Yeah, well, I mean, if our students and staff aren't safe, we won't need any money.
But okay. I don't want to have a back and forth. And I obviously feel safety and security is very important. I'm just thinking there should, and in fact, in this list, it's at the bottom. So if we do feel like that's the most important thing, I think there should be prioritization of the item list. And that's it.
Well, I'll go next, since I don't see anyone else. I don't mind prioritizing it. To Ms. Thompson's point, it probably makes sense. I think this is way shorter than what we've ever had, so I like all the things that are on there. And as you mentioned, if it's not on this list, you don't have our authority if it comes up in conversation. So doesn't mean you're going to talk about all of these per se, but this is what we're saying are things that we would like to have support from the legislation behind. So, yes, Mr. Hill.
I just wanted to say this, Mr. Sullivan, that this is a comprehensive list, as Mr. Sullivan stated. I think the third last slide of the presentation does mention campaigning, advocacy campaigning tools that we're going to create, such as the trifold brochures, the different flyers. So we will tailor and pick different ones, depending on the audience that we're going to be speaking to. So we're not going to talk about all of these topics, but we just wanted to have this comprehensive list that will then open up all conversations with all parties that we need to. But again, we will shorten it depending on the different rooms that we're in and the different stakeholders that we are speaking to with the different tools that we're going to be creating.
Okay, thank you for that. I have something I'd like to add on the federal legislative priority, which is the EAGLES Act. And the EAGLES Act is a proposed federal legislation designed to expand the U.S. Secret Service National Threat Assessment Center to prevent targeted violence in schools and other places.
So it's already there, Chair?
Called the EAGLES. Oh,
it's on the list, ma'am.
It's in the last bucket, second bullet.
I was focused on state, so I'm sorry. Okay.
No worries.
Then we already have it. Thank you. Statewide, to the point of a couple of things. So on our state one, where the second bullet in academic excellence for students says support legislation that includes an opt-out option for audiovisual recording in self-contained ESD classrooms, ensuring that parents and guardians have the flexibility to decline participation, thereby streamlining the process. We had this discussion before, although I don't necessarily agree about the parental rights. It's in our policy. I did have the opportunity to speak with the Commissioner of Education. He agreed with me that that didn't make sense to have an opt-in, that it should just be a waiver. So I think two things. I think that part should be in safety and security because it's about video for safety purposes. But in the parental rights, in the section 1014.04 little I, it's all the waivers, like the reason. So it says the right to consent in writing before the state or any of its political subdivisions makes a video or voice recording of his or her minor child unless such recording is made during or as part of a court proceeding or is made as part of a forensic interview in a criminal or Department of Children and Families investigation, or is to be used solely for the following purposes, and it lists 5 of them: a safety demonstration, purpose related to legitimate academic or extracurricular activity, purpose related to regular classrooms, security or surveillance of buildings or grounds. Number 5 is a photo identification. So I would say we should be advocating to add a number 6 and just say audio video recording in self-contained ESE classrooms. So if it's just a waiver, it's the same as, we don't have to opt in or opt out. It's just like having video cameras in schools.
We're fine with that.
And I believe that's the discussion that's being had. I'm not sure, did they? Yeah, so, and Ms. Batista can weigh in because I believe that the state did reach out to you, right, to talk about what we wanted to do.
Only a few hours ago.
Oh, awesome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, what you just proposed is what the discussion was at the last workshop, that the board was going to try to place that on the legislative table, to the legislative agenda from the school board, was to add one more exception to that particular section of the statute. And yes, I did speak with the general counsel from the Department of Education. He tended to agree with my reading of the statute as it is now. But he said that that obviously the board was able to move forward and try to implement that change legislatively.
Chair, can we talk about that just for a sec? Like, just stay on that one topic?
Sure, and if I'll just ask, because originally, I'm to Ms. Batista, and then you can add into there. The conversation that I had with the commissioner said he thought that he could just do a rule, that we wouldn't have to wait for legislation. So was that any part of your conversation with?
No, the general counsel did not mention anything about a rule.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Zima.
I just want to, and I'm trying to think about how we can get this done in a reasonable amount of time, which might be to go topic by topic and make sure we have, this is an interesting issue because I'm not sure we need unanimous consent. We have to decide today, I think, what our legislative priorities are. Is that correct?
Based on today's discussion, we will make the changes based on the feedback and then present it during the October meeting for final adoption so the lobbyists can get to work.
So you're basically looking for whatever you take away from our conversation, you're going to write a draft, and then we're going to bring it to a school board meeting and actually hash it out.
Yes, you can make motions
I
to
just
change
want to
it.
understand, though, the waiver, and I think I understand, the law gives, you don't need to give permission if there's any of those conditions met in the current law.
That are waived.
Right, so that waives the need for you to give permission for your child. I want to understand, as a board, what we're doing then, if we give this a waiver. What we're saying is parents don't get the right to opt in. There's just going to be an automatic waiver to these ESE classrooms to record kids. Could a parent opt out under that if it's a waived condition?
No. And if you want to go to that, but we had a pilot program that.
Yes, I was just going to.
I'm familiar with what we did.
Right.
Well, so for the pilot program, just to give the history, what happened there is once a parent made the request, then we would install it. Upon installment, we would notify the parents in the classroom. But there was no opt-in or out, just a notification.
So under the pilot, which was directed by the state, right?
Yes.
Did they also direct those conditions like that if someone asks for it, we turn it on, and there is no opt-out?
Under the pilot, there was no opt-out.
And I will do some thinking about that. I'm just not necessarily thinking that is something that the community would support. There are certainly some parents of students who might believe that they deserve the right to opt out of being recorded. And so I'm just laying it out there that I'm not convinced that that's the best thing for us to ask for. I understand the way to get that done, if that is the will of the board, is through a waiver process, and I get that. But I'm just as one member here not convinced that we want not to have the ability for a parent of an ESC student in a contained classroom to say no. I just need to learn more and think about that.
Okay, and just to go to that, they're not being continuously necessarily recorded. Like, no one is going to be viewing that unless there's an incident. I mean, we've written that out in the policy, and someone asks to see it. It's not. That's the only time somebody would be viewing the video, is if there was an incident in the classroom.
And again, I think that there's another side to this about a parent who does not want their child to be recorded in a self-contained ESC class, and I need to go through the thinking of that to make sure that I'm comfortable that we want to tell them you have no rights to say my child will not be recorded, even though this is only what we have fenced off in our policy is what you described. There's a balance here between parent rights and safety and security, and I want to make sure we land in the right place.
Mrs. Leonardi.
I just had a quick question about timing. So we will be voting to approve this on October 14th. When are the committees meeting?
October 6th?
October 6th is the first week of committee, 6th and then the 13th. Those are the two in October.
So is this being done in a timely manner?
It could have been done a little quicker.
Is there a way to get this approved earlier?
We could bring it to the October special school board meeting, if that's the will of the board.
I would support that. Okay.
As long as there's the will of the board, the superintendent doesn't let me add things to specials anymore.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? All right. Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had some other comments.
Oh.
I didn't get a chance to go through these things. I just made my general comment.
Okay.
I wanted to share some ideas. Thank you, ma'am. Where we might trim a little bit of these things. Okay. One is state increase. I'm sorry, support. This is legislative number one on money. Third bullet, support increase state funding to provide free. Is that a SMART goal? Like, is there any chance that the state is going to pay for the tens of millions of dollars just for Broward County, that they would go into that if they passed it?
No.
I would just ask you to think about that or to flag it when we bring it back at the special school board meeting. I also think the last clause on the academic category, second bullet, thereby streamlining the process and enhancing inclusivity, would probably not be something we want to write down on a piece of paper if we wanted to actually get it done.
We'll reword that.
Just something to think about. I'm 1,000% in favor of my colleague, Ms. Leonardi, about paid family leave. This is an area where we can really lead, and I hope that we can get some financial support for that. I love what Sarasota has done on leveling the playing field. This is a really great way to talk to people about it. I recognize there is going to be choice in Florida for education. I just want it to be a level playing field. I'll continue to remind people that $4 billion was spent this year to give to kids, to parents of kids who are already attending private schools. So there is an opportunity to balance the budget in education by making some changes to that. I wouldn't recommend we add it to our legislative priorities, but I think that, Mr. Sullivan, not only does this limit what your lobbyists and staff can talk to legislators about, this limits school board members in terms of what they can talk about. Am I correct?
I defer to General Counsel.
Ms. Batista?
Well, there's always been limitations on certain things that can be discussed at a, school board meeting or within the bounds of the district. I don't think that this particularly would have any impact on school member speech.
So if a school board member of Broward County took government money to go to Tallahassee and attend a conference, they're okay to use their First Amendment rights and talk about anything they'd like.
I mean, the answer is yes. However, if you are going, and I think may have had this discussion before, where if you are going in representation of the district, you should be representing what the district has approved and nothing outside the bounds of that.
All right, I just want to be very clear then, because in my own view of when are you representing the district is when the people of Broward County pay you to go somewhere, you are representing Broward County. And if Broward County's list is this, it seems to me like anyone that accepts government money to go to Tallahassee to attend Broward Days or any other part of the legislative session would be restricted to advocating for things that Broward County had approved.
Right. So
Okay.
if you are representing yourself and you're there to represent the district, then you should be also advocating for the items that are on that list.
Terrific. So if you're at dinner with an old friend from years ago that's also in the same place at the same time, you can say whatever you want. If you're talking to a committee,
Correct.
you're talking to a rep or a senator, or if you're talking at a public forum that is for you as a school board member, you are restricted to advocating for these things. Last question, then I'll get to you, Mr. Severa, sorry. Could we talk about the $4 billion as a way to pay for these things as a school board member, even if the $4 billion isn't part of the agenda?
Can you give me a little bit more?
So we're going to, I think, have a high priority on funding. We're going to go, look, a lot of things can get better if we're not, lots of times we're 50th, depending on who the group is counting the money. But in all groups, we're either 45th to 50th in terms of funding for education in Florida. So if we go to Tallahassee and say, hey, we just want to remind you, we don't get enough money, this is hard. Could we also say, even though it's not part of the agenda, that a way to help pay for public education would be to do something different, like means test the voucher system in Florida, which would take $1 billion out of that, and you could put $1 billion into traditional public education. Could we say that, even if it's not on the agenda?
That's a good question.
If you could let us know later.
Yep.
That'd be fine. I appreciate that.
Thanks.
On the federal one, does the federal government currently invest in transportation services for disabilities, for students with disabilities, rural access, and after-school programs?
Mr. Sullivan?
I would have to check specifically what IDEA funds.
Our chief financial officer is here. I wonder if she could tell us whether the federal government pays for transportation for special needs kids.
Yes, they do. I mean, not federal government, but the state.
Federal.
No.
All right. So if we can just tighten up the language here, maybe. If they're not paying for it, we're not going to ask for them to continue to invest. We just maybe say invest the first time. I'd also thank you. That's all I have.
Madam Chair, if I may, just some clarification on the capacity in which one is acting if they choose to go to Tallahassee during this upcoming session next year, or whether when these committees start meeting in October. Is the threshold solely whether or not the district or the county is paying for your flight and hotel, as to whether or not you are an advocate representing in an individual capacity or on behalf of the district?
Ms. Batista?
That's not the only, that's certainly one of the factors that would be important to take into consideration. However, if the board member is there in representation of the district, then the idea is that that person would be advocating for what the district is advancing.
Okay, but I guess my question is, who gets to determine what hat I'm wearing, right? If I want to go up to Tallahassee and I want to take a meeting or meetings with legislators and advocate for a position that, let's say, maybe is not on this list or is contrary to this list, I'm not suggesting that's the case, but if I wanted to do that and I wanted to pay for my own flight and my own hotel, am I permitted to do that?
So the answer, again, deals more with, are you there in representation of the district? Are you taking on those meetings because you are a school board member of the Broward School Board, or you are there in your own personal individual capacity?
But I guess what I'm having difficulty understanding.
Regardless of who pays for it.
Understood. But I guess what I'm having difficulty understanding is, let's say, a crazy example. I want to put 5 school boards or 5 scoreboards at Dillard because I really, really like their field and I think it's great what they've done with it. And I know that's not the district's position to put 5 scoreboards on Dillard. And if I wanted to go up and I wanted to speak to legislators that I had relationships with or people that were willing to listen to me up in Tallahassee to pitch for my 5 scoreboards, could I do that in an individual capacity? And how would, where is the line as to whether or not Adam Cervera, school board member, is asking as opposed to Adam Cervera, Broward County resident, is asking? I mean, I think in fairness with the upcoming session and in light of some things that maybe happened the last time the legislator was in session, we need some clear guidance as to what we can and can't do when we choose to venture up to Tallahassee.
Okay, we could definitely try to put something together. What I would say is that, a lot of it is also on the honor system, in the sense that, if you are representing yourself when you're speaking as a school board member from, Broward, then you should be aligned with the priorities of the district. If you, on the other hand, are, when you speak, whoever in whatever capacity you're speaking, you're saying, I am not representing the district, I'm here as a citizen, then I think under those circumstances you could say whatever it is that you choose to say.
So a sheer pronouncement before you address any committee or subcommittee will do the trick?
Well, I think that and the fact that if you're paying for your own way, yes, then I think that would go a long way in separating which hat the person is wearing at the time that they're speaking.
Okay, understood. And for the record, I don't want 5 scoreboards. I just wanted a bombastic example. Thank you.
But we can also, research further, and if there is any difference from what I have said, I'll be happy to put something together.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. So I just wanted to say that I agree with Ms. Leonardi on adding the paid family leave. And then I'd also really like my colleagues to weigh in regards to taking the funding that is that's left over from taking down the 1200 building and building a new building, and to put that funding to the off-campus memorial.
Okay, so let's look at that. Anybody opposed to adding the paid family leave to the legislature? Was that statewide or federal? Both.
I'm just curious, how does that play out if we're rebuilding a building and we come in under budget? I understand we'll have 1.6 million left, right?
We already built
the building's already up.
I'm sorry, I thought this was an additional building.
No. So the 1500 building.
So we're done. CO, whole thing.
Yes.
We have no more
left. I just want to get the story.
Yeah,
right
the
for
district has
the
no more
public.
need for those funds.
And just as a caveat to that, the district was initially holding that money to do an on-campus memorial. They've decided to do a less extravagant one so that the money could go towards the community one that's going to be at a different spot.
Love it.
Everybody's okay with that, so that takes care of that. Oh, and the paid family leave, everybody was okay with that? Okay. Good. Do you have any other questions?
Oh, the last thing I have to add to Ms. Thompson's lengthy legislative update, one of the things as well as taking place conversationally in Tallahassee is property tax, some kind of reform. So at the will of the board, would like to add something as they have those conversations, the impact to district educational funding is minimized.
I have two quick questions also before we go. Did you jot down putting the ESE and safety and security as opposed to academic? Okay. Then the other question is, there was a big debate in Tallahassee about changing the way schools were graded in terms of making that a 90, 87. Do you foresee that coming up again in conversation?
I don't foresee it coming to fruition. A lot of the members don't want their schools to be.
Okay, just because it's not on here. And we actually, the students did a fantastic job, by the way, last year of explaining to the committee why they didn't think that was a good idea. Alana actually did a fantastic job. So if you thought it was going to be an issue, I was going to request we add that. But okay. Well, thank you again.
And then January is the start of the legislative session. I think I said September.
Sorry. Oh, I'm not really done. Mrs. Bowman.
So I would like to get the opinion of the colleagues as well for the level the playing field. Does anybody else agree with that? Because I think it's basically kind of at the core of what we're going to need to be doing moving forward.
This is Sarasota, priority number 2.
Yeah. Are there any objections to adding that?
We were going to we're talking about prioritization of the items, correct?
No, this is a new
Because this is really not on the items right now. It's definitely not a concise
Oh, for priority number 3 and the Sarasota one?
priority number 2.
We'll come up with some language. We had something similar in last year's platform in terms that any taxpayer-funded educational system should all have the same accountability. So we'll mirror that
We
one.
should really be hitting that one
We'll add that back then,
because that.
unless there's opposition.
I think it could fit under academic excellence for all students, but also I think just catchier titles.
Level the playing field.
We could steal their title. Yeah, that's fine too.
They stole it from us.
We'll cite them in the footnotes.
Maybe they did steal it from us.
Well, you're pretty smart, so probably.
They haven't stolen me yet, so
And
I'm here.
Yet.
Sorry, Mrs. Leonard.
Yeah, sorry. And I didn't know if my colleagues agreed with the advocating for the development and enforcement of age-appropriate regulations governing the use of AI, as well as regulating the collection, storage, use, and sharing of student data by tech companies.
Unless anyone opposed, we took.
Yeah, that's the way I was
Okay.
looking at it.
Okay,
Somebody
cool.
didn't say no.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then when we bring this back to the board October 7th, the boards, they have the ability to modify via motions.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So thank you very much.
Madam Chair, you're going to recess until 1 o'clock?
We have, it's not 1 o'clock.
Before you recess, Chair, can I just make a quick statement about when you bring this back to my colleagues? This is going to be one of those cases where if you want to change something, it would be really valuable to bring a written change. This is an item, Mr. Sullivan, that could take 3 or 4 hours if we just go through open debate about it and like. So I would just ask if people want to change something, if they can bring in a written change, we could kind of get through it in a reasonable amount of time. If we bring these 2 sheets back on special school?
Yeah, that's the point of doing it now.
No, we're,
No, this is it's a legislative platform, so we'll take the feedback as we understand it. We will present it as a normal board item for the October 7th meeting, and as with any item, the board can make motions to change the item.
and what I'm recommending is if you are somebody that doesn't like the way it came out, that you might consider writing it down or working with your staff to write it down so we can all consider it real quick and get it done, as Ms. Aladef would have told me to do, and I would have followed her advice.
Well, and I'll just say, though, before we close this item, if you have big things that you think like now would be a better time than 3-hour-long school board meeting, which I won't be at, by the way, because I'll be
good.
somewhere else. But now would really be the time so that there's less changes that need to be made when it comes to us. Mrs. Bowman.
I guess the one other thing that I think is, and I don't know if it's worded kind of open-ended purposely, but the first one in the first topic, just our property asset management, our ability to do that.
Do you have a suggestion of what you want them to?
Well, I would like to have more power over it rather than less.
We try to leave it as open-ended as possible because, again, that gives us the runway to advocate. But if there's different language that the board wants, we can definitely modify.
No, I just think, well, I'll look at it and I can get with Theo, but I definitely think that is a priority that we need to be having as much control over our facilities as possible.
Yes, we do have, we agree.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right.
So, Chair, you have 14 minutes for the closed door, or you can go into the calendars.
Let's start with the calendar and see what we can get done. So the next item, thank you very much. The next item we will be discussing is the proposed 2026-27 and 2027-28 school calendar options. I now turn it over to staff for a brief presentation, but I think that'll take a minute. Are you?
My microphone on?
All righty, we're ready whenever you, oh, well.
Dr. Lozano and team.
Thank you, Ernie Lozano, Chief Human Resources Officer. I'd like to start this conversation by thanking the 26 members of the calendar committee. The committee is made up of advisory committee members. There's a representative from each employee group and district staff. So it's a diverse group of individuals that have the hard task of looking at a big county like Broward and coming up with one concise calendar that's student-centered and meets the needs of our district. The committee held 5 meetings from April through September. We were directed by the superintendent to work on 2 school years of calendars. So today we're having conversations around 2026, 2027, and school year calendar 2027, 2028. And without further ado, I'll have the team introduce themselves, and Mr. Azzarito will take over the presentation.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lozano. I'm David Azzarito, Executive Director of Labor Relations and Professional Practices.
And I probably don't need a microphone, but Jose Perez, Executive Director of Marketing and Broadcasting.
So, good afternoon. Again, if they could pull up the presentation. The presentation will actually be pretty quick, then we can go into questions because this has been on there for a couple of days. Starting with, I'll go to slide 4. So what we did this year is looking at the guidelines that the board has given us in the past And that was, and also direction from Dr. Hepburn. So we wanted to develop 2 years of options. We wanted to make sure that we ended the first semester before the winter break, the full week off at Thanksgiving, and then on the even, when November is in an even year, 26, 28, that election day is a teacher work day for the presidential and governor elections. But on the odd years, we may not need it because we might need that 84th day to fit in. So you'll see that on both of these. And then there's the other days off that we have throughout the year that are going to be an operational, that might interfere with the operation of the school district. And so those are planted throughout the school year. So based on all of that, the two options for 26 and 27, both options had to start on Monday, August 10th. They have the full week of Thanksgiving off. The first semester basically is the same for both options. The difference is in the second semester with spring break. So in option 1, having spring break March 22nd through 26th, that also included Good Friday, and therefore that saved us a day. So that ends the year on Friday, May 28th, before Memorial Day. Option 2 moves spring break up a notch, up a week, and for that reason we have to add March 26th as an extra day off. That puts the last day of school on that Monday after Memorial Day weekend. That's the only difference from those two options. And then for the 27, 28, the differences are at the beginning of the year, where August 10th is the earliest we can start. And actually there's a misprint here. So on option 1, Monday, August 10th, on option 1 for 27, 28, it's starting Tuesday, August 10th. And option 2, it's starting a day later on Wednesday, August 11th. So just two different start dates. That dictates how we end the first semester, whether it's Friday, December 17th, or going into that week of right before the Christmas break, and that would be Wednesday, December 22nd. Then it also determines what day we come back from the break, either January 4th or January 6th. But then spring break and the last day of the school year are the same. So we sent out that information in a survey. We had 26,000 responses. And for 26, 27, this was added yesterday to the item. So for the 26, 27 school year, it was about 80 to 20 that chose option 1. 80% chose option 1. About 20% voted for option 2. For the 27, 28 school year, it was 60-40. 60% for option 1 and about 40% for option 2. And then that sheet also kind of breaks it down, but that's really our presentation, so we're open for questions.
Okay, we have public comment. Ms. Felicia Schumann.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and esteemed board leaders. My name is Felicia Schumann, Coconut Creek, Florida. I'm here today to speak on behalf of our students, educators, and families regarding the proposed calendar options for the 2026 through 2027 and 2027 and 2028 school years, listed as topic 3 on today's workshop agenda. After reviewing both set of options, I strongly support option 2 for 2026 through 2027. It offers a more balanced semester configuration, 95 days in the first semester and 85 in the second compared to option 1. While neither is perfectly equal, option 2 minimizes the instructional gap and better supports pacing for core subjects, testing schedules, and curriculum delivery. For the 2027 through 2028 school year, I recommend option 2 again. It provides an 86-day first semester and a 94-day second semester, which is more balanced than option 1. This configuration reduces the strain on our teachers trying to compress content in a shorter semester, and it ensures students receive more consistent instruction across the year. Instructional time is a foundation of academic equity. When semesters are uneven, it affects everything from lesson plannings to exam preparations. These calendar choices should reflect a commitment to fairness, academic continuity, and well-being of our education and students. Thank you for your time and dedication to our district. I'm out of breath. I just got back in here, but thank you all. Have a good day.
Thank you. Board member discussion. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Azarito, so I make sure I don't miss anything, can you tell me again, in a concise way, the difference with the 2026 calendar for option 1 and 2? And I know that you mentioned the public is 80% supportive based on your survey for option 1. So what is the basic difference?
The basic difference is spring break.
Spring break. So, okay, so that's the only difference.
Correct.
And can you reiterate that difference so I can make sure I understand it fully?
Yes. So in option 1,
Yep.
spring break is March 22nd through 26th. That's the Monday through Friday.
Okay.
In option 2, it would be a week earlier, March 15th through the 19th. So by having it option 1, the 22nd through the 26th, that Friday the 26th includes Good Friday, which is normally a day off for us.
Right.
So it's 2 birds with 1 stone. If we moved spring break up to the 15th through 19th, the kids would have that week off, and then Friday the 26th is another day. So that pushes the last day of school past Memorial Day weekend to that Tuesday right after.
Got it. Okay, I have another question for you. I know that we've had each year made an attempt to make sure that based upon advocacy from different groups, that we have days off that coincide with specific groups. So just wanted to know if these options included those days off that would coincide with the specific group advocacy groups that are here. I believe were here before for the October-November period and also the March period.
Yes, sir, they do. Unless it occurs on a weekend. Those are the days off.
Okay, so though I believe the particular group for October-November that occurred on a Sunday in 26-20, correct? So that wasn't included as a day
Correct.
off? Yep. That would be November 8th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then for the March day off, when would that be?
March 10th.
March 10th. Okay.
2027.
And that's considered for all of these 3 years that we have here?
2 years.
2 years, yeah.
Yep.
All
I
right.
believe in the 27, 28, it's on the March day off is on a weekend.
Okay.
It's on a
Got
Sunday,
it.
so it's not on here.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you.
Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you. Just one quick question. When do we have graduation scheduled?
Dr. Fulton.
Dr. Lozano.
So I know Dr. Wanza and her team work on the graduation schedule, so I don't know that that's formalized yet, but I'm sure they're working to get that out as soon as possible to provide community enough time to prepare.
Right, because we're actually voting, we'll be voting on it at probably the next board meeting. So part of my vote really for the timing of the ending is important. Hi, Dr. Wanza. I was asking about the graduations and versus option 1 and option 2. I wanted to see if it made, if it changed anything for the graduation time. You know, sometimes they start the end of May, sometimes it's June.
So, Dr. Fulton, can I say? Okay. Valerie Wanza, Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. So the graduation schedule, we don't build until we get what is the final school schedule, right? So whenever whatever is the district schedule for the year, graduation is usually, we start from like the last day of school and back it up about 4 or 5 days, and it's in that window because we have to complete graduations by the last day of school, because obviously we want the teachers on calendar so that they can attend and be a part of that culminating activity. So just to reiterate, the graduation schedule isn't built until we know what the annual schedule for the school year is, what the calendar for the school year is.
Okay, so basically after our vote?
Yes.
We'll know. Okay, I just know it's important, teachers are asking already.
Thanks for allowing
Thank you.
clarification.
Thank you. We're going to recess the board workshop so to go into a closed door, and then we'll come back and Dr. Zeman will have
Thank you, Chair.
You'll have the floor.
Right there.
Thank you.
Thank you and welcome back to the school board meeting. We will continue with our proposed 2026-27 and 2027-28 school calendar options. And I believe we are starting with Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair, so much. I'm curious why you think the vote shifted between the first and the second year in the data. It went from 80-20 to in favor of option 1 to 60-40. Can you just give us a short summary about why you think the vote changed in the second year? What are the different characteristics that you think made it such a close vote in the second year?
Thank you for the question. I believe in the second year, it might be because the start date was either in the 27-28, the options were a Tuesday or a Wednesday start, and so more people may have chosen the Wednesday start. But the only real difference besides that is the end date of the first semester between Friday the 17th or Wednesday the 22nd of December.
Sure, and the gap there for the total time off during the winter break is different as well. And so the 60% might have been persuaded by having a couple more days between the 17th of December and 4th of January instead of the 22nd of December and 6th of January.
Correct.
It makes the winter holiday 3 days longer
With a week,
my
yeah.
luck. Yeah. And so I totally understand that. These calendars are also still subject to any kind of collective bargaining agreement that we have still to negotiate.
Dr. Hepburn.
Staff.
So not the start dates and stop dates. I mean, there's the planning days in between, the early release days are parts of it that are negotiable.
Right, but those parts that are subject to the collective bargaining agreement are included into the current version of the collective bargaining agreement. But should there be changes in the collective bargaining agreement, the calendar also would change.
Correct.
Terrific. Okay. Look forward to going through that when we get in closed door for negotiations in the future. But I think in some sense, this board is well advised to listen to 26,000 people who both said these two feasible options, all legal, starting on the right date, clearly laid out for them, in 1 year, a gross majority of people favoring one. And in the second, people thinking 3 days extra at that winter break's kind of nice. And then same end date, just 1 day different in terms of starting. So I feel like that this calendar process this year has been so much more efficient, and that the folks that vote are the ones that care the most about it. And I feel like those two choices, for option 1 for both years, make a lot of sense.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else. I actually have a question I'm going to ask you, but maybe if the student advisors can hear me wherever they are, if they pop in to answer the question. I'm just wondering for the 2027-28 school year, if you know why the students seem to be overwhelmingly not in favor of that. So students were at 47.8 for option 1 and 52.2 for option 2. So do you have any inkling why it was students were more in favor of option 2 for that year? Especially to Dr. Zeman's point, everybody was very clear on the first year that they wanted option 1, but the students was kind of half and half. The 27-28, where the students over, it was almost half and half for option 1 and option 2.
Sorry, I stepped out for a moment. Option 2, and this is for 27-28.
Right, in the first year, 26-27, overwhelmingly the students were for option 1.
Right.
But on the second, the 27-28, it's kind of half and half, which is a big difference than being 80%, a little over 80, almost 85%.
And if maybe Mr. Azzarito can help me out here, I believe the only difference is the week of spring break.
No, in 27, 28, the difference is the start date.
Winter break.
So the start date would be August 11th instead of the 10th, so it's a Wednesday start date instead of a Tuesday. The first semester would actually end December 22nd, which is a Wednesday, as opposed to the 17th, which is a Friday. And then the second semester would start January 6th in option 2, January 4th in option 1.
Got it. Thank you. Mrs. Hickson, I'd need to follow up on this and see, it's difficult for me to generalize, what a large percentage of students were saying in their response. So I don't want to misspeak, but I'd be happy to follow up with you to get some more information. My only guess from very honestly quickly looking at this is that the perception may have been that it's a longer break for option 1. But I'd need to do some more research.
Option 2.
Yeah, I'd need to do some more research and follow up with you.
Because I mean, personally, since everyone seemed to be in the middle on this year, between the two of them, I'd really like to get a better understanding of the students in particular, because they have to live the calendar, why they have. So I don't have a issue giving you an opinion on the first one, but I'm not sure where I might land on this without having the information as to, why they might have. And maybe that's something going further in the survey. We could give them the option to tell us why, so that when we're having these conversations, we can have the anecdotal information as opposed to just the raw data. Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
What's the path forward today? Are we okay with doing 2 years, or we're gonna?
Oh, okay. Well, you can answer Dr. Zeman since he asked, and then I'll go to Dr. Holness.
So that's what we're asking for. So there's the direction, so going with option 1 on both years. Is that the will of the board?
Okay, Dr. Holness.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just a couple of things. And by the way, Mr. Azzarito and Dr. Lozano and Jose, thank you so much, because I see the surveys were all over the place. I mean, I get them on my phone, on social media, everything. So Jose did a great job. Great job. I mean, I saw it everywhere. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. Board Member Hickson, I think traditionally what I've observed since I've been here is that the calendar normally goes into at least the first week of January, right? So it appears to, or it could be that students are so used to getting that first week in January and having to go back at the beginning of January might be a factor, because the option 1 for the 27 school year starts a few days before actually Christmas Eve. And in the past, it usually starts closer to Christmas Eve, and then it extends quite a few days beyond New Year's Day. So maybe it's their family dynamics and how they take holidays or whatever it is, that the students find it more appealing to extend into January as opposed to start earlier in December. That would be my take on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So everybody,
I want to clarify the chair's question. How many students voted? It's not that many.
Sorry, Jose Perez, through the chair, answer. We had, let's see, students.
I mean, parents were 70% of the survey group.
1,116.
Okay, so 500 voted one way and 500 voted the other,
Yep.
out of 180,000?
Pretty much split, yep.
We have 1,000 out of 180,000?
Of 180,000 students that
Yes, sir.
voted. Yes.
Right, okay. And they were 50-50, roughly?
They were about 50-50.
Okay, and the 70%, which is the parents, are 62-38, roughly?
Correct.
Okay. What's the next step in this, Chair? What are we going to do? When do we approve calendars?
we'll give them a consensus, and then I believe it comes back for a school board vote.
Okay. Do we have a consensus for both years or just one?
We had, I was getting to that.
I apologize.
Landon?
If I can just provide additional context, thank you, Dr. Wanza, for your support and quickly looking at this with me. I think the reason that we would have seen more for option 2 is because of the 3 days going into the first week of January of winter break. That's very appealing to a lot of students because you still have a little bit of time after the holidays before going back to school. So that's one part. And then also, just the perception of I get one more day of summer to start on Wednesday rather than Tuesday may have been the rationale behind students. I do share Dr. Zeman's concern and the very small amount of students that were surveyed, and I'll definitely be sure to talk with Mr. Perez and the team to see how we can raise that response rate in future years, because this is definitely an issue that, like Mrs. Sixon said, impacts students tremendously. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll start with the first calendar since there's 2 different ones. Is everybody okay with option 1 for the 26, 27? Everybody's good? Okay. For the 27, 28, option 1?
No. Come on, go with the students.
see 3 down.
Yeah.
Can't put 2 thumbs up. 5 up.
Come on, go with the students.
Yep, 5, 4.
Well, Sarah's not here. So it's only 8 total. 5-3. Okay, so you good?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So the next item is proposed revisions to school board policy 8020. I now turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
Look at at students.
Thank you, Chair. As the team's transition, I'll turn it over to Ms. Paul and Ms. Takabuso for 8020.
They're outside. Let me go get them real quick. Superintendent Hepburn, Ms. Hickson, and board, we're having a presentation. We have Facilitron here to provide a brief presentation of what the software actually looks like. Mr. Chris Akabuso will lead the presentation.
Good afternoon, board members. Chris Akabuso, Director of Fiscal Plan Real Estate. To my right is Mr. Chisholm, who's the Director of Partners. And then, can you guys introduce yourself, please?
I'm Jeff Benjamin.
Just press that button right there.
Jeff Benjamin, CEO of Facilitron.
I'm Trent Allen, Chief Marketing Officer, Facilitron.
Jen Ford, Head of Accounts at Facilitron.
Okay, I guess they're going to upload a presentation. What we try to do is to summarize the presentation. We kind of front-loaded the issues, so we don't have to go line by line in terms of what was added, what was stricken. What we wanted to start, can you kind of click for me, please? What we wanted to start off with, and as you know, we have the introduction, and what was revised was to provide additional clarity in terms of the rationale, to further clarify the rules that's pertaining to the school allied groups, partners in education 1 and 2, and then, further clarify certain provisions, and then revise Exhibit 2, which is the the matrix that shows who's paying and who's not paying. And again, the goal is for the school boards to give us direction, hopefully, so we can bring the policy for adoption later on in this month. Slide number 3 pretty much gives you like a brief table of contents, so I'm not going to go over it. And then slide number 4 was specifically to, this is the category of charges matrix, which is in the policy. It pretty much gives you a summary of the different users, category of users, and who pays what. And as you can see, just to summarize, for the areas that we've been having some concerns, so the school ally group, the goal again is to, in terms of it's pretty small, so I'll read it. The goal is for any user, for us to know that they're in our facility. So in this particular case, for the school ally group, they have to fill out an application, and Facilitron is here to show us how easy that is. It's just to establish presence. The school ally group during school days, they don't have to provide a certificate of insurance because they're having the meeting, no rental costs, no utilities, no custodial, no personnel, no consumables during school days. After school hours, non-school days, again, they have to, fill out an application, provide a certificate of insurance, no rental costs, no utility. However, custodial may be due as incurred. The same thing with personnel, and then no consumables. For Pi 1 during school days, again, they have to fill out an application both school days, provide a COI, also pay reduced fee, no utilities, no custodial. Personnel as incurred, no consumables. After school hours, non-school days, file an application, provide a COI, pay reduced rent, pay utilities, and then no, and that's Pi 2. And then pay custodial as needed and incurred. So those are your key components in terms of the concerns from the board. If you go to slide number 5, what we did was just to show you some of the definitions that were revised, some of the areas. And then on slide number 6, I'm going to specifically now talk about SAG, right? We already showed what they're paying, what they're not paying. So this rules that's depicted in slide number 6 is exactly as it's written into the policy, or summarized in a way. So rules number 1, 2, and 3, minor revisions to provide additional clarity. Rules number 5 and 5A, school ally group, to specify the following. Upon consensus, meaning they're going to go to the principal, they want to use the facility, then SAG must document their usage in the system. They shall then sign an application, but shall not pay rental, utility, custodial, personnel, consumable, and provide a COI again during the school's operational hours or non-operational hours when conducting their business. The following rules shall also apply when they're conducting fundraiser. They shall sign an application, not pay rental, not pay utility, not pay consumable, however, pay custodial, personnel, and security as needed, and then provide a COI. So again, they're not paying the cost. They may be paying, they're not paying the fees, but they're paying like the custodial, personnel, and those are costs that may be needed. And then security, because we know security is very important. Also, there's this rule that we all understand, SAG is here to benefit our schools, so that's why you're giving them this break. On slide number 8, for Pi 1, actually for Pi 1 and Pi 2 shall submit a certificate issued by, by Broward Public Schools. They must, again, document their presence, pay reduced rent, provide a COI. Reduced rent is $300 a year. They qualify for the one-time if that in-kind, must provide an in-kind that provides at least 50%, such as membership, tutoring, or programs that benefit the student who's going to participate. Pay custodial costs only where required by school principal, pay for personnel as incurred, and then pay for security. Then shall not pay for utilities and shall not pay for consumables. Pi 2, which is on slide number 10, When it conducts its business, it shall again send an application paid reduced, which is 50%, and then 50% based on the value of what the product you're giving to the district. And then they qualify for the 50% again if the initial cost equates to 50% of the value they're providing. They pay utility only after normal operational hours and on non-school days consumables, custodial fees, personnel, housing code, and then security. And that's Pi 2. And Pi 2 is mainly the nonprofits, organizations, civil groups. And then on slide 11, based on the meeting we had, we listened and we struck out the 501c3. The school board members, Zim and you had suggested that. So we listened, we took it out. So now the nonprofit and the 501c3 kind of joined together, but again, the definition and the policy kind of accounts for the difference in between both. And then we deleted, again, Rule 5E, and then made some minor revisions to the rest of the policy. So slide number 12, we just wanted to give you a very brief summary on the different groups that currently utilize Facilitron. As you know, Facilitron is the software or instrument that we're using to pretty much enable the rental of our facility. So all the 25 entities that are listed, including the big 6, big 7 school districts, are listed that utilize Facilitron. Palm Beach County is actually transitioning. Marion County is transitioning to Facilitron. And then there's approximately 399 entities, utilizing Facilitron in the United States. Pretty much that's the presentation. In the appendix, we just have the actual structure on the line. So where we are right now on slide number 13, Facilitron is going to give us a quick demo. Before they do that real quick, I just want to go to slide number 14. In actuality, for data, those are the percentages of users that are utilizing our facility. So as you can see, in both 2024-25, the majority of category of users is nonprofit. As you see in 2025 so far, you don't have the SAG. Now, it depends on what happens with the policy, then that may further diminish, okay? So I just wanted to point out this data. So these are data that were pulled off from the system. So I'm gonna go to turn it over to Facilitron. They're gonna give us a quick demo on how you can utilize the facility.
Thank you. Just a real quick background about who we are. We're a technology company started 11 and a half years ago, really tackling community use of facilities. I have 3 kids, all pretty active, and we were going to different sporting activities. My daughter's a dancer, so we'd go to theaters, and found the process was pretty broken. A lot of times paper applications and or antiquated software. So the idea was, hey, can we fix this for admins as well as improve the renter experience? Since then, we've expanded across the country. We do work orders, we do building automation, we do inspection profiles, even collect property taxes in a couple of states on behalf of different school districts and counties. So what we're going to show you right now is what we call our scheduling and reservation system. Obviously, what we do is we build a district site. Part of this is what we're going to see today is you're going to see pictures of the rentable facilities. But keep in mind, on the back end, we list all of your facilities. So it can be managed from an internal purpose, so you know who's on campus, at what time, how your buildings are being utilized. So if you do need a bond measure or a parcel tax or justification for another gym, you can actually compare and contrast what's happening at your different sites. So we build a district site. We also build individual school sites. So if you are the Girl Scout at an elementary school, you don't have to go searching through a district website. You can go directly to the school site, have a link, and search for the classroom or cafeteria right then and there. Jen's going to search for a gym here or a facility. Yeah, you can go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Jeff. So as Jeff mentioned, we come out our implementation team as part of the onboarding process. We build out each of your school sites. So if you have a renter organization that knows which school they want to rent at, they can select that school directly from our site. I should also mention that our website does link directly from your Broward County School Public Schools facility page. And so if they know which school they want to go to, they can select it. Or if they're just interested in renting a gym, for example, in the district, they can search for a gym, and that's going to bring up all of the gyms that are available for rent within your school district. So once they find which gym they want to rent, they can go ahead and pull it up. So we take 360 photos of some of your interior spaces. And then this is a 360 photo of the high school gym. And then we also take several other photos. So this is really to reduce that back and forth questions from the renter organizations to your school admins, asking what does the facility look like, what amenities come along with it, what is the capacity. So we collect all of those details as we walk through your campus. And you'll notice here to the right is an availability calendar. So it shows the first date that is available is October 8th. And so this really shows that the grayed out dates obviously are not available, and the ones that are lighter shades of green have more availability. So keep in mind, as Jeff mentioned, this is after school hours when your school groups are not using their different facilities for internal use. Also, to block off availability, Facilitron really encourages, as a best practice, to put in all of your internal schedules so that when a renter is looking to rent a facility, they just see the dates and times that are actually available. So here I'll just go ahead and select Friday and the dates that I'm interested in using. I will continue and add that one date to my cart. At this time, the system prompts you so you can add additional facilities for rent. So if you're a church organization, for example, and you want to rent multiple facilities at a campus, you can go ahead and do that. Or you can just continue with the dates that you requested for that one facility and check out. At this time, this is the application page. So it represents which organization I am with and what type of event it is. So we'll say basketball.
And that's really important because what you guys just went through with all of the different rate categories is something we can accommodate. So if you're not supposed to get charged during the week, or maybe not charged at all, but on the weekend you have to pay for utilities and custodial, that's all customizable and by rate group and rate categories, and those are unlimited. So we can accommodate literally every special case as possible. Same thing with the COI, Certificate of Insurance.
So all of these questions were requested that we add to our website, and these can always be modified. And we can ask different questions on a per facility basis. So if you would like to ask different questions for your gyms, for your fields, for your classrooms, Facilitron is can easily accommodate those requests. So I'm just going here through the checkout process. I'll go ahead and continue. The next page is the insurance page. So your renters can view your district insurance requirements. Keep in mind, Facilitron does do all of the verification of insurance. So we have AI technology that initially scans the document and kicks it back to the renter if there's anything wrong with it. So if they have a typo in the district name, if they forget the additional insured page, if their limits aren't accurate, then we will kick that back to them, asking them to update or upload a new certificate of insurance. We also link directly to an example of what that insurance needs to look like. This is very important because oftentimes renters don't know what the insurance document needs to have according to your district policy. Every district is a little bit different in terms of their requirements, so that's really important for them to be able to view that. And then also, on this page, you'll notice the dates and times that are confirmed for rental. To the right here, we have the capability of adding mandatory services, as Chris mentioned, or optional services. So for your district, for renting the gym on this date, there is an energy cost that goes along with that. So we automatically add those prices to the checkout process so that when the renter does submit the request, it's as accurate as possible. Again, all according to your board policy. Facilitron does not set the rates. We just update according to the direction of your district and board. So here's where I have to agree to your district terms and conditions prior to checking out. And then finally, the last page is the payment page. So Facilitron does all of the collection of payments. Your renters have the opportunity to pay with a credit card, with an e-check, just to really make it as easy as possible. We can also take direct deposits up front. And then once I go ahead and submit the request, it'll go through a routing process where the district will have to approve the reservation, and the renter gets an email confirmation that the request has been submitted, but it's still awaiting approval from the district. So this is the community-facing side. This is how your end users submit a request through the system. Anything else to add?
I think let's go to questions and then we can.
Okay. Yeah, at this point, we can take any questions.
Can I, Madam Chair, just to add something? In the presentation, there's ongoingly weekly tutorials for our internal staff from Facilitron. So the goal is to create a video on our website for external users, again, to continually help the public understand the system. So I just want to point it out, and we noted it in the on the slide number 11.
Thank you. Any board members have questions on the presentation or on the policy itself?
Are we, we're solely talking about the policy today, not the contract, right?
This is just about the policies.
Yeah,
Just
terrific.
about the policy.
Yeah. I want to say thank you for the demo, though. It's nice.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for that. I mean, it's clearly more of a, it has far more functionalities than we were aware of before. And, you know, that's a good thing to know. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowman.
Number 5. So when we did the banner policy, which I can't remember what the number is right off the top of my head.
1930.
1930, we revised the partners in education definition. So I think that it shouldn't be mirrored here because this is a little bit odd. Like B doesn't make any sense. So if you go back and look at what that says, I think that would be the more acceptable definition for that, since we already approved it in the other one.
Through the superintendent, Chair.
Go ahead.
Absolutely, and we are finalizing policy 1930 again with legal, so we have updated that language, and it's timely that we'll be able to incorporate it in there.
Okay, cool. And then just my overarching comments for this. I don't know that it's ever really been the program. It's just to make sure that the policy is doing what it's supposed to do so that we're not alienating our SAGs and other community members. I've said this at every workshop and meeting we've had, but as long as we're finally accomplishing that, and I mean, I guess we could bring it back if we had to, if we find that that's not the case, but that's the goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members with questions on the policy? Landon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One part on the technology side, just a recommendation or actually more of a question because it may be something that's already in place. Is there the ability for Facilitron to integrate with an internal school calendar? Because a lot of the feedback I'm hearing from school level administrators, you know, they run a very complex at the high school level internal calendar that may be done on Office 365 or through SharePoint, and they're having to manually cross-reference. So is there the ability for that integration to be created? And if there is, I think that's something our administrators would love.
Yeah, we have that capability. So we can, best practice is to put it in Facilitron and we can push out to Google, Microsoft, iCal feeds, We also have an open API, so we can pull the information. Typically, our reservations or schedules have a lot more details because we're assigning services or utilities or whatever that may be. So that's kind of the best practice. Okay. But we can accommodate that with trainings and however we need to do it.
Thank you.
But if I may, the idea is for Facilitron to become the district calendar and be the school calendar too. And that way that from the district level or from any level, they can see what's going on at the different schools. Right now, that visibility is not, the district doesn't have that visibility. And so, yeah, if you are an individual school, you can only see your stuff. But if you're the district, you can see every school, and I think that would be something that the district would want.
Yeah, just to piggyback on what he's saying, that's exactly correct. In other school districts I worked in, the visibility of the calendar was Facilitron instead of it being housed just at the school and nobody else sees it but at admin. But your team and Mr. Davis's team can figure out how we make that an easy process for our school leaders to get that information into Facilitron.
Correct, and the pushing of the calendar is kind of a convenience. So it's like if you're not you don't have a real reason to use Facilitron, but you still are using a calendar to see what's going on. You can, subscribe to the calendar and you can see everything from Facilitron.
Thank you. And then my last question is just from more feedback I've heard, a concern about, and there could totally be a reason behind this. So it's more of a question of if there is a reason. For school advisory councils, mainly, being under the definition of a school allied group, in my mind, and I could be wrong for this, but in my mind, a school advisory council is a function of the school. It's no different than a club of the school is kind of what I, equate it to. Yes, under the definition of it exists because of the school, but, a school advisory council and a PLC are kind of the same thing, and you don't use Facilitron to book a PLC. So I guess, is there a reason that a school advisory council would be subject to the same requirements that another school allied group like a PTO would be?
I'm looking at the structure on the line. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was about to say, go ahead, Mr. Akabuso.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the structure. I think we may have taken it out because it's an internal function of the school.
Not in the red line.
Yes, yeah, I know.
Oh,
so
okay.
maybe that was just an oversight. So
Okay.
definitely, because I remember we talked about it, and it's an internal part of the school, so it doesn't belong. So we're going to strike it out.
Thank you so much.
And the SAF too.
Correct.
Same thing.
Correct. SAF.
And thank you for all the work, I want to say, as someone who's been part of the public input process that you've done on this. It's been really great to see, and I see Ms. Daly in the back. It's been really great to see the collaboration that's been done. Lots of hours talked about this, but big compliments to Mr. Arcabuso, Mr. Chisholm, and Ms. Daly for really being open to hearing all the feedback about this.
And before I go to Dr. Zeman, to Landon's first point, I asked about this when Facilitron came to us the other day because I was hearing from principals the issue about their calendar and if their students were having play practice or something, that they wanted to know if there was a way to approve or disapprove, and the superintendent said that that happens at the area. So we got a kind of a different answer today that something could go through Facilitron. So can you merge those two answers for me?
No, I think Landon's questions was about the calendar specific of activities, not about approval or
Correct. So once an activity is approved, albeit that may include the region office, then once that's approved, then typically the person, the clerk that's assigned to the activities office would enter that into the school's internal calendar.
Yeah. So the question that Landon asked and the answer that they gave is that our school calendars are not public facing. Nobody in this room has access to a school calendar right now, right? You have to pick up the phone or email the principal, say, hey, what's going on this week on your calendar? And so to create more visibility for the public and everybody else to know what's going on and what's available is to upload their calendars into Facilitron. But for your question, is more about the approval process and the principals being involved.
Not necessarily them approving it, but the idea that there's a way that those two things are seeing each other so that
Correct.
the principal, and that I guess the approval part is because the principal is going to know he would override an outside source using the auditorium if he knew that it was play practice on his, but Facilitron may or may not know that, I guess that's
Yes,
what I'm
we're
asking.
saying the same thing, yes.
Yes.
So Mr. Davis and the Facilitron team can get together to talk all that stuff around technology.
So
they
that's
can
sort
get
of
that information in there.
That illustrates sort of the importance of the internal calendar, the internal schedules. If it's in Facilitron, then the request can't even be made by the public because the availability would be reduced. It would be, taken away.
There's less there's less instances of somebody even notifying the principal because it's already in there.
Right, because that was the concern that I heard as well, that, they felt as if they lost the ability to make sure that the students were getting the use of that facility over somebody that was going to pay for it.
And the added benefit is that you end up knowing how many hours of play practice there are, or how many. That's kind of the goal of the internal stuff, is to have utilization data on all the buildings. You've got turf fields or gym floors that you're trying to track how many hours are on them to see if you're going to, be out of warranty or whatever, knowing when to resurface the gym floor, that sort of thing. So the internal stuff has the potential. It's very powerful to give the whole district, a number of hours on all of the after-school use.
So what I'm getting out of this is that's something that can be done. Question number one, are we going to do it? And question number two, when would that, what needs to happen for that to occur?
The answer to the first question is yes. The answer to the second question, I'll let Mr. Davis and the Facilitron team figure that part out.
Yeah, we can do it fairly fast. And just to put some context on it, the internal schedules, the public can't see them. They can see that the facility is blocked, but they can't see actually who's using it. So that's number one. And then number two, we also have the capabilities to turn on air or turn on lights when those facilities are being used, which then that's a really best practice, because then you have everything, not maybe during the school day, but everything outside. So you know how your buildings are being used. You have the opportunity to save significant energy, all of that good stuff.
So my question to either Dr. Hepburn or Mr. Davis, what's the next step? How do we move that into action?
We're here to help, so we get access.
It is a process. It is a process to try to get people to move towards putting in their internal schedules in. Like Jeff's saying, if you can have the air, if the way you get air for your event is you got to put it in Facilitron, suddenly everybody's willing to put it into Facilitron. So there are ways. Also, if there's a schedule, it can be easier than you think. If it's football practices every day from 3:30 to 5:30 until December or something, that's literally 90 seconds of putting it in Facilitron. Or if you have your game schedules, that kind of thing, it is part of what we do. The schedule can be sent to us, and we'll help put it in.
So I think that's what my question is. What do we need to do? Is that something the school does on its own? What as a district do you need us to do to get that in motion so that we're?
So Ms. Hickson, they'll get it done. Yeah.
Superintendent
Make sure
Hepburn.
we all understand
they'll get it
what
done.
needs to be done.
Superintendent.
I don't care if I know.
Go ahead, Ms. Paul.
So part of the process is making sure that we have a solid policy, and that's kind of what we're doing, the back and forth that we've gone through. So that, and we'll work with them, with Facilitron, to make sure that we have a gradual approach, because we have to train people along the way. This is a culture shift in terms of how we manage our facilities. So everything is possible. The first step is obviously getting the policy approved.
So I'll end with this, not to keep pushing the point, but I know it can be done. But Mr. Agabuso.
True, Superintendent. A memo went out from Mrs. Paulville, the superintendent, to the principals regarding the calendar for them to start putting stuff in Facilitron, and We also said if they can do it, they can send it to us, meaning facility plan real estate, and then we'll do it. So that process has already started.
Very good. Thank you. Dr. Seaman.
Thanks. And I don't want to keep going too far with the chair's questions, but I think they're really good. Like in the sense that, you know, we're supposed to represent the community. Community can hear this discussion. We're setting new expectations for them that they can have this clean, crisp data system that allows them to have access possibly to more and allows us to collect more revenue if in fact we get this right. I think to Ms. Hickson's big point though is that this is a big shift. You know, having school schedules has always been an internal school function. And now to give that up and to kind of work with the administrators to make sure that they're using good kind of policy rules about, you know, when do you say something's available, when do you say it's not, and not to, you know, play games with the data and not to do things, and also just to get this system up and running. And so I think it's totally legitimate for the board to set some expectations and say, we want this up by the end of the year, or we want it up by January, so that everything's really humming and all the schedules are in. Without getting into the details of how it gets done, I still think it's fair to represent the community and say we need this by a certain date, and I would encourage us to do that, either on this or other things. I'm curious, maybe Mr. Akabuso, if a student wants to stay after school, while the school, say this is a park area that is going to turn over to the community use at 6 o'clock, but they're going to stay after school and go out to their own
that amenity is available or not available, right? So if it's available, I always equate it to if I pay for an airline seat, right? When I go book, this is open, this is not open. So if it's not open, then it can be rented. So if we know in advance, meaning the school, through the internal communication, that the students, because students come first, want to use tennis, which is one of the wonderful work Mrs. Bowman is doing, then it's going to be blocked off. Then the student has the ability to use that facility without having to bother. So that's the real thing to making sure that date is available or it's not available.
So if a student coordinates with the administrator of the school to use their own recreation facilities before it gets turned over for public use, the principal then could block that off to allow the student to use those facilities.
Correct.
In the same way that a team, you know, a soccer team is practicing every day from 4 to 6, they block the field. A baseball team blocks the baseball field. The basketball or volleyball team blocks the gym. It just shows up in Facilitron as not available, and there's no charge to that student. Is that correct?
Correct, because one of the core of this policy say when there's an extracurricular activity, then that date is not available. So it's in the policy already. And again, first right to the student.
And Dr. Hepburn, you're committed to that same student first policy, that if a student wants to use a court, wants to use a field, wants to use any one of the traditional kind of recreation facilities, their priority comes first during the day time that it's assigned to the
Students
school.
first.
Thank you very much.
Any other board members? Okay, I think we got it right this time. Thank you so much.
Just want to say thank you to the board, and I think it's a great collaboration, and always wanting to do our best, you know, for our wonderful students and community. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for Facilitron for coming out and giving us that demonstration. I think it's helpful when we see all the pieces to it, so we know all of what it does. So thank you so much. Okay, so I believe that was our last item for today. So at this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring to the board or student success to share? I know that Dr. Holness, I'm not sure if he's on the line. He said he had something he wanted to. Do you know if Dr. Holness? Yes, ma'am. Yes, go ahead.
I just had a question regarding a first aid CPR follow-up that I had, and it speaks to training that our students will do online. And I was just wondering, because from any time I was trained with CPR and first aid, it was hands-on, in person, using mannequins. Are we going to try to use that method, possibly, working with our police or EMS to help do this training to our students, for our students?
Thanks for the question, Ms. Elizabeth. I think the follow-up that I saw was speaking to more of the training for the teachers, and the students are doing it hands-on in a health or a PE class. I read it quickly, so I may have misread, but that's what I thought I got out of it, is that the teachers get the training on our platform online, and then they're training the kids hands-on in health or PE.
Okay, I guess if you can just double check that, because there's a lot of training through that link. And then, yeah, I would like to see our experts in the medical field do the training, and then, it seems like a big lift for our teachers to have to do this, unless they're trained to do it.
Yeah, I think, I can't quote me on this, but I think majority of them are trained to do this. I know as a kid I got trained CPR from my PE teacher, and I've observed classes where PE teachers or health teachers are training kids on CPR, either in the gym, in a large area, or even in a classroom setting. And I know we partner with, I forgot the organization that actually gives us the physical
mannequins?
Yeah, mannequin type devices to train the students in the classrooms also.
Right, because I was just wondering too, do we even have the mannequins? Do we have the equipment
Yes.
to even do this?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, American Heart Association, that's what it is. Thanks, Dr. Wanza.
Thank
Yes.
Dr.
And they always are here to help us to, if we need more, they will supply us with more, because we had a meeting with them a few weeks ago.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks real quick, Chair. Really excited next week. Our investment in virtual reality with AI baked in. There's 2 teacher institutes next week that are going to train hundreds of our teachers on how to take full advantage of this technology. When we get done with that teacher institute, I'd love for the board to think a little bit about what our expectations are for that program for this year, so that we set expectations with the superintendent for that investment, the speed with which we'd like it implemented, and the outcomes that we're looking for. I just don't want any surprises at the end of the year to make such an investment. We're the first district in the United States to buy more than 50,000 students worth of headsets. And so this spatial learning with AI baked in is going to be exciting, but I just think as a board we should be very clear about what we're looking at, what we're trying to measure to make sure that we implement it in the right way for next year. Thanks so much, Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Holness? Mrs.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Dr. Holness.
Okay, thank you. I just want to, Madam Chair, you can still hear me, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just want to say a big shout out to Mirror Lake Elementary School. I was wearing Mirror Lake Elementary t-shirt today, spirit shirt. It is with great joy, pride, and heartfelt appreciation that I extend my sincerest congratulations to Principal Belize on her well-deserved retirement. After an incredible 27 years of dedicated service to Broward County Public Schools, including 11 impactful years as the beloved leader of Mirror Lake Elementary, Principal Belize is closing this chapter with a legacy that will be remembered for years to come. Under her leadership, Mirror Lake Elementary has thrived as a place where children are not only educated but truly nurtured. So I want to thank Principal Belize for her leadership and her dedication, and I want to also give a big shout out to the wonderful AP, Ms. Hafez. Thank you, Board. Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and I think we all would concur and congratulate her on her retirement. Mrs. Rupert?
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't get a chance to ask. How come the item was withdrawn today? Item 6?
Ms. Batista?
I believe there will be additional information provided for that item at the next time when it comes to the board.
So it needed to have more information?
Well, I think it's a pretty dense policy because it follows the statute. It's very technical in nature. So we're preparing a flow chart to help understand better the time frames that are spelled out in the policy, when it's supposed to be advertised, and so on and so forth.
Okay, so when can we expect it?
I believe next month, but I think Andre will be better.
I just want to get you the right dates. October 21st.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I have one last thing. I got an email from a student. Says his name is Julian. I'm a senior at Monarch High School, and I was prompted a project by my government teacher to take a civil action. Me and my group decided to take an action on the Broward County School Uniform Policy, Policy 5309, and they're advocating to make uniforms countywide. So I told them that I would bring it to my colleagues. So I'm bringing it to you to see, would you be willing to have this policy come back so we could have a discussion on it? So is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
Survey from the district? Okay. How about if we direct the superintendent to do a survey of the parents?
So,
Last time.
yes, so just to clarify the survey last time, and the reason I didn't want to bring that forth is there was no disqualifier in the survey. So it didn't ask the parents about, I can't remember the specifics, but it was no disqualifier in the survey. So the survey data was pretty moot, and it wouldn't support any decision-making for the board when we did that survey. I think that was about 1.5 years ago.
So can we bring a workshop and have that data?
Correct. So we can develop a survey with the SIM team, make sure there's a disqualifier in there so you get accurate information that can drive some board decision.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay.
Chair?
Yes.
Oh, do we know what we're covering in workshops the next couple months?
I don't know if we got an updated.
I know you got one for September and October that we sent out. I think that was about 2 weeks ago. Mr. Hill, I don't know if you have that in front of you.
Yes, Superintendent, that is correct. October was already provided to the board at the last workshop.
Yeah, and how about the one after?
For November, we can provide that ASAP.
And going forward, can we just make this part of the routine in wrapping up workshops? I mean, we've said that we're going to talk about the next 2 months of workshops and get concurrence.
I know it was included inside of 1020, so when we bring 1020 back inside of at the October 14th board meeting, that will be written in, that would then be the practice of the board.
Yeah, and then just a question for the board: how would you want that? Would you want us just to print that out? Because normally
I think so.
No.
Yeah, email. I would.
And I would say just in the script that because we did in our policy, it does say that we would go over it. Maybe end the script with the upcoming workshops will include.
For the next month or just the next workshop itself?
It said, policy says the next 2 workshops.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that way we'll get, so you can add it, and then we don't have to print it. We can just say it out loud, and then they can email it to us.
Yeah, totally. Just my point is, are we talking about the budget in the next 2 workshops? Is it on the schedule?
October 7th.
Yep, October 7th.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else? Great. And I didn't have to ask to extend. The scheduled order of business for this school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. And remember, next week we don't have a meeting, so the next one will be October 7th. Enjoy the week off.